Morning, Paul.
Morning, everybody. Nurse David is tired. Patient is slowly doing a little better, but this is rough. This is taking a toll.
I can imagine. I've just heard how hard the rehab is, anyhow, and then with all the things she's dealing with, how much of a royal pain that must be.
But yeah, and for those that don't know, my wife had previously had 3 hip replacements, and but she had been told, knees are worse, and they are. They are. Whew.
He's a Manning ambient. They're loyal. They don't just transfer to transfer.
Also, he has to do 3 years before he can go to the NFL. So he's decided he'll do them at Texas. Thank you, Benny. Yeah, we thought we had a good show yesterday.
Two double dips today, David.
Yes.
to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you as we get over the hump together. Hope you've had a good week thus far. We have, for what it's worth. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Top of the morning to you, my friend. How are you?
Doing well this morning, David. Good day yesterday. Watched a little Euros, watched a little Copa America. I've caught the soccer bug. I don't know what's happened to me, but I'm more interested in watching soccer than I am watching baseball right now.
I have to admit, even though the level of play in the match was better in Euro 2024 than it was in Copa America, I much enjoyed the Copa America match more because there was virtually no diving. There was virtually no faking. All right. Argentina and Canada just went out there and they played. They did. Okay. I mean, there were a couple, it was early in the match, an Argentinian tried to fall in the box and say that he was fouled, and the ref looked at him and said no. And then pretty much, Mark, for the next hour and a half, they just played. Nobody tried to, nobody pretended they were shot. Okay. When, they're going for the ball in midfield. And it was like, wow, imagine that. They're just playing. Huh. Yeah, occasionally a hand inadvertently hits you in the face. Or, yeah, you get nudged a little bit off the ball. Huh. Kind of like getting boxed out for a rebound. Imagine that.
So I had one of those good meetings yesterday, David, the best kind of meetings at a bar.
Okay.
And literally went there to meet with one of our clients, Steve from Molly, made great guy. And he hangs out at a certain place where they watch soccer.
Does he know I was a client for 15 years?
He does now.
Okay.
Maybe he's heard it once or twice. But he's a soccer fan.
All right.
And hangs out at a soccer bar. And one of his buddies is from England. And I just looked at his buddy and I said, all right, I can't handle the diving. And what was amazing is both of them just agreed with me that they don't like it either, that the fans don't like it, but it continues to happen. I don't get it.
I don't understand why the sport allows it to continue. Here's my question. If you decide you want to eliminate the theatrics from soccer/football, how do you best want to do it? Do you want to use replay during the match? Like, do you want there to be a replay official who buzzes down after the fact, and play may already have resumed after the guy pretended to be shot or is lying around on the pitch, never to play the sport again, only to be running at full speed 45 seconds later? Do you want the replay official to buzz down like college or pro football and go, oh, yeah, that guy was faking it. Put him on the sidelines for a couple of minutes? Like, does soccer need to have a penalty box?
You're getting a little extreme. You had it right yesterday. It's very simple. You start yellow carding everybody who's diving. It's very simple.
Well, I agree. But, you could make the argument that, somebody could, I don't know, do something, fake it, and get one over on the ref, and it could influence the match at hand. I would do two things. I would encourage the official to start throwing out yellow cards like chiclets. Okay, if you think a guy's diving or if he's flopping around like a fish on the pitch and you go, you got 5 seconds to get up, or a yellow card. The other thing I would do, though, after the fact is I would suspend players after the fact. If I looked at it, okay, and just thought, listen, that's an off-Broadway performance, I'd suspend you for your next match. I really would. We got to take this out of the sport.
Yeah, I think, you're going to extremes. And maybe that's the only, you're suspending players.
Yeah.
That's going to extremes. That's not going to happen. I don't think, I think like it or not, David, I'm on your side. You know that I'm on your side. But this seems to be an American problem, not a worldwide problem with the sport. And they don't care what we think.
So your buddy that you met with, he's American?
Yes?
Okay. I'm curious now, between now and the weekend, if anybody is watching a match, okay, or if anyone listening is not an American, okay, you're from another country, or you're an American citizen now, but you also consider home to be somewhere else. I'm curious, is this something that in South America, in Europe, that they also complain about? Or is this just the fairly new to the sport Americans who look at it and go, that's not how we play our other sports. We find this repulsive.
Well, it's not true, though, because it's morphed right into basketball. I mean, this is part of basketball now, David.
Yes, but what did the NBA start doing? Okay, the NBA started handing out double fouls. They started handing out technicals. They have rules on the books for flopping. Okay, there's no doubt. Oh, no, there's no doubt. Soccer has made its influence into other sports in this country. Right. Not in a good way. I'm sorry. And it is the beautiful game when it's played the right way. Okay, but there's no doubt, Mark. There's no doubt the acting, especially basketball, there's no doubt they're trying to, everything is a foul in basketball. That's the era we're in the 2020s, at least in pro basketball.
Absolutely.
Everything is a foul.
And
right.
Luka complains more than any player in the league.
Yes. Yeah. And it cost him a game in the finals because there were legitimate calls that the officials were like, look, we're done with you. Honestly, we don't listen to you anymore. We're not going to call anything. Okay. We're just not. We're done with you. And it cost them that game 3. It cost them. It was a close game that was winnable. And Luka and the Mavs got no calls down the stretch. Well, they probably should have. But the officials were done with him. He'd complained for 2 hours. We're all done with the kid who won't shut up for 2 hours. But I don't know. Yes, it's the hockey guy in both of us. It is, but I'm sorry. It really does take away from my enjoyment of the 2 hours. It does.
My biggest problem is not even so much with the diving, it's how the announcers act as if the player was legitimately hit. They don't call out the dive. And you start calling players out, these things seem to find a way of ending more quickly.
Boy, I cannot agree with you more because it's not as if the fix is in to not show that they're faking it.
Right.
We're getting these really up close replays in which this guy is laying on the ground holding his head. Okay. And you're thinking, oh my goodness, was he elbowed? Was he punched? What's going on? And you watch the play and you're like, there wasn't any contact with his head. None. What's going on here?
I will like, at least yesterday, there was one incident in the France-Spain game in which, the player's laying there holding his head and the guy gets up after knocking him down, gets up by using his hand on the other player's head and pushing it into the ground. I'm like, all right, he legitimately got him in the head there. There we go. That's actually some contact.
So I don't know. Is this a Miller and Moulton thing? All right. I mean, I've got a couple other people in my life who have watched more soccer/football of late. And they're like, it is taken away from my enjoyment. Now, you and I are still watching. I think we're watching more than we ever have before. Right. So clearly we have an appreciation for the sport and for I mean, I love watching Messi play. I do. I've become a huge Messi fan. I mean, it's like watching an artist. It's like watching Gretzky. Okay, it's magnificent. And I'm treasuring every moment that I get to watch him because I know the moments are fleeting. He's, on the 15th, 16th, 17th hole here. Although I have to admit, he's still playing at a very high level. Remember when he and they won the World Cup 2 years ago and we thought, well, that'll be it. I don't know. He's halfway to another one. I mean, scored last night. Goodness knows he's dominating the league he's playing in now. And he seems to be playing at about 70% speed. I mean, I don't
love
know.
how much he walks.
Yes.
I like when the other team has the ball and he is within 5 yards of them and he's not paying any attention whatsoever. Don't have time for it.
Well, because if I hustle to get near the ball, they're just going to pass it to somebody else. So you know what? Let that guy dribble it. I don't care.
Yep. Love it.
I mean, I'm running around for an hour and a half. I mean, they say I'm going to run like 4 to 6 miles. So I'll walk these 20 yards. I don't care. I do like the running clock, though. I do. I'm a big fan of the stoppage time, though. Like, I would add more time than they add. Like,
why?
All the faking. Also, it takes an hour and a half to substitute a player. That's another thing we got to fix. Come on now. No, it's real simple. You put the sign up, run. You got 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Go. Get off the pitch. You're out. There's a sport called hockey. We change on the fly, for goodness sakes. Go. Get off the pitch. We got pit stops in racing. They don't stop the race so that the 11 car can come in and change tires.
Well, David, you're on to something there because the 11 car can change 4 tires and fuel up faster than they can make a substitution in a soccer match.
You're damn right. He can not only change 4 tires gas, he can run a lap before the damn guy can get off the field. Not only that, apparently it's very emotional. That's the other thing. Man, oh man.
Boy, do you sound like loud, obnoxious American right now. I mean, you are just piling. And here's another thing I don't like about your damn sport. I'm watching it nonstop, but let me tell you all the things that I don't like about your sport that you should be doing better.
No, I actually like the emotional part. And I don't care if part of it is off Broadway and part of it is truly emotion. I love it. Okay, to me, it's very hockey-ish. I mean, it is. I mean, I love the emotion that they have. I mean, they give the appearance as if this is truly the most important thing in their life. Not just today either, like in my life. I do like that. So sorry if I sound like ugly, obnoxious American. I mean, I know I'm obnoxious American. I just didn't mean for that to be ugly. Miller and Moulton, sometimes ugly.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, a criminal matter, or involved in an auto accident, call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung. I'm a local attorney with local knowledge to assist you through the process. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Offices in Fort Myers.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. That is correct, Clark. I'm 0 for 1.
What are you 0-1 for about?
Not clearing the screen right off the bat. It was more important that I found out that, I mean, I already knew it, but Millard Fillmore was sworn in as president today.
Yeah, because remember
Because
the guy,
Zach died yesterday.
old Zachary there,
ZT.
not to be confused with JT.
Right.
So what are we thinking for a poll question?
Yesterday was a dead nuts tie.
About the seat?
Yes.
Wow.
Who's going to win the NFC North? AFC North. There's a poll question for you.
Good you.
What have you watched the most of since football season's ended? WNBA, soccer, baseball, summer league basketball. I'm joking with the last one.
Paul's nominating ice cream or custard. We have to figure out what today is. What is July 10th? See if we got anything going on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us on this hump day, the 10th of July. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Today is National Pina Colada Day. It's also National Kitten Day. Why can't it just be National Cat Day? I mean, so it's only
Kittens are cuter.
So we only honor the young ones?
Well, I'm sure there's a National Cat Day too, David. Don't kid yourself.
Okay. So just, if you
Pina coladas, I think of the song more than the drink.
I can understand that.
Little yacht rock radio,
Mm-hmm. Yep, on the hot rock and flame throwing FM, no question about it. Seth Everett, Pat Kirwan, going to join us in the 8:00 Eastern hour today on Miller and Moulton. So, all right, how'd the poll question do yesterday?
David, it was an equal split, 50-50. Dead nuts even on do you recline your seat on a plane?
I'm still waiting for somebody to make a good case as to why you're not allowed to recline your seat.
I would say a couple of the answers that I got on X would probably, to me, David, be the best answers. In fact, not only was it a 50-50 vote, it was a 50-50 vote that had a little X spat between two of my followers that were yelling back and forth at one another.
Nice. Tastes great, less filling. Let's go.
In fact, one guy answered with the okay, tough guy.
Wow.
Right.
Take it easy now. It's just a poll question.
But Stammer Time, who replied to me on X, said people are larger and the seats and spacing are smaller. Now, I would agree with the people are larger. We're a bigger nation than we were when we first started flying. We also used to fly and dress when we flew like we were going to church.
We used to wear shirts and ties to the baseball games too.
But even in the 70s and early 80s, we were dressing up for flights. I think the value airlines ended that. More people started flying, flights became cheaper, more people on the planes. They quit caring what they wore, quit caring how they acted, and now we have utter chaos in the airports.
Utter chaos.
Utter chaos.
Wow. Okay, you're on a roll. I'm going to let you go with it.
But I do think the larger people is – look, I can't give you a good reason why I don't, other than I don't need someone kicking my seat behind me. I don't need to be irritating the person behind me by moving my seat back 4 or 5 inches. And
you're intimidated. Let's just be honest. You're intimidated. You think the person behind you is going to be meaner and tougher than you if you recline that seat back 3 inches.
Pretty much. I'm trying to avoid conflict at all costs as I get older in life, David. There was a time that I put that back just to create some conflict.
I'm trying to avoid conflict where I think weapons may be in play. I am fine with more verbal conflict. My life's gotten incredibly boring. Okay, so I'm actually looking forward to more verbal engagement. I think second half of this year. You know what? Bring it on. That's kind of where I'm at. Because, I live at home. I work at home. I'm not meeting anybody. So you know what? You want to take me on at an airport? Let's do this. I'm going to trust that TSA took your weapon off you. So it's just going to be mano a mano here. Let's go.
As long as you're not flying out of Newark, I think you're on to something, David.
Right, because man, you can get an army through security at Newark. Nothing to see here. Let them go. All right. Just, stack those guns. Just stack them over there. They'll get them when the flight's over. Yep. It's so true. I don't know why. Why would you, by the way, if you're in charge of that airport, why do you announce every 6 months how many weapons got through security? Isn't that something you need to conceal? I mean, you and I are big into open information.
We like transparency, but there are some cases in which there is no need for transparency.
No, or just lie. One or the other. This is where you need to go against the book. 1,137 weapons got through security. Yeah, if you say that again, you're fired. All right. So that's our poll question yesterday about reclining the seats. Apparently very controversial. We'll come up with something in the next 40 minutes or so. We don't want to, get anybody upset though with it.
I loved the verbal. I loved the written jousting between two ex-posters over a poll question on a sports talk show about reclining seats on airplanes.
Okay, tough guy.
Okay, tough guy.
This isn't who's going to win the AFC North, Ravens or Bengals, where they're getting fired up. This is about reclining seats.
What about the Steelers and the Browns?
What about them? By the way, have you noticed how many people, the Steelers, answer me this. Do you feel the Steelers have upgraded their roster from last year, yes or no?
Yes.
I do too. I think they've made some very nice additions to their roster. And I think getting rid of the offensive coordinator will be a significant upgrade for them. And yet there's nobody who thinks highly of the Steelers coming into this year. I mean, we did the Pro Football Network tiers yesterday. They have the Steelers out of 7 tiers ranked in the 5th tier. They haven't had a losing season since the first Bush administration, seemingly. Actually, it was the second Bush, but you get the idea. It's been 20 years, basically, since they've had a losing season. And if they won 10 games last year, they won 10 games last year. And we think they've upgraded this year. And everybody's picking them to finish last. Nobody thinks that Russell Wilson, Mike Tomlin, and the Steelers are going to be a good team this year.
No, they think the streak of winning seasons is coming to an end.
Definitely they do. Now, we pointed out their final 8 games is the toughest 8-game stretch that we've ever seen. I mean, it is, because they play all their division games. And you have to argue it's the best division in the league. All the teams finished with a winning record last year. So it's clearly the best division in the league. And I believe their other 2 games are Chiefs, Eagles?
Eagles.
Right. So they play all their division games and the Chiefs and the Eagles in their final 8 games of the season. I mean, hell, they better be 7-2 to start.
But not to mention, they have, at Atlanta to start the season. Atlanta's a better team than they were a year ago. They play the Chargers, who will be a better team than they were a year ago. They play Dallas. They play the Jets.
Right. But, I mean, it's still better than their closing stretch.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
No, I'm just pointing out that on top of that closing stretch, it's not like they're playing the Carolina Panthers 8 times to start the season.
I mean, Billy Napier and the Gators are going, yeah, we got a tough closing stretch, but we ain't the Steelers. And Florida's got the toughest closing stretch that some people have ever seen covering the sport.
I've read articles in which they say it's the toughest schedule ever. They've never seen a tougher college football schedule in the history of the sport. I think they're on to something.
So little Steelers tangent there, but it is just, we had Adam Schefter on the show yesterday, and we just asked him teams that you just, based on their offseason, that you have a good vibe about heading into the year before anybody gets hurt. Well, for whatever reason, Mark, everybody does not have a good vibe about how things are going to go in Pittsburgh. The starting 5 is next.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar
Canada Relief going 25-year-old quarterback controversy there. Of course, I don't know how many quarterback battles we've had in the last 25 years, so teams don't do that anymore.
Morning, Jake. Thank you.
Jake, I do like your moniker. It clearly says Jake. I like that.
Twitch chat room gets confused when we respond to people.
In the chat room?
Well, because that's a YouTube chat. You see, if they're red, that's YouTube.
Gotcha. I just
Purple
respond.
Twitch, you just respond. I know.
Yeah, I just respond. Sorry. By the way, somebody in the chat room said I do fake outrage well. No, I don't do fake outrage at all. In fact, I'm disgusted by, I think that's what we have a lot of in this country right now. And we have plenty of reasons to have real outrage, and we're getting way bent out of shape about the incredibly small things. Mark, when did we start streaming on YouTube? Was it in the third act?
Yes.
So a little less than 3 years, Jake. He has 2 cameras, Abdullah, because the show, the second camera, the wide shot, if you will, it's in another room. The computer in that room, we need it.
We also do
up.
the show on terrestrial radio, and
Right.
we wouldn't be able to get it out on terrestrial radio without that other camera shot.
Right. So now the one thing that Trent did, Mark, the time you were gone for the 2 shows, he just used that shot as his only shot.
Yeah, you can't see me though. I mean, I could. And I can't see you. I guess I could take. Huh. I guess I could do that.
I think he did that. Okay, and then he like off his computer like saw me or whatever. I don't know. He tightened that shot up a little bit and used that one time, and he just went with that.
I'm vain. I want to see myself twice. I don't know which angle I look better at.
Said Mark Miller, never.
All right, here we go.
So Carly Simon was singing about you? I didn't know that.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks for waking up with us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett, Pat Kirwan to join us coming up in a little more than an hour's time. Do you know what the magic numbers are today, Mr. Miller?
Well, let's see. I don't.
And I added a number yesterday because I sense that people are getting a little shaky. Okay. They're getting some hand tremors. And so for those that are getting a little shaky, to get you to the finish line where you just need to see any sign of helmet and shoulder pads.
We're at Jordan for that one, aren't we?
No, that was yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we're at 22. We're at Flutie.
Woo.
Yeah. We're at Flutie. 3 weeks tomorrow, the Hall of Fame game. CJ Stroud and the Texans, Caleb Williams and the Bears. Will we see either? You won't care. It'll be helmets and shoulder pads.
Will we see Williams would be the question. We won't see Stroud.
I would think you'd see Williams. I would think the Bears would throw him in every opportunity they can, even if it's just for a short period of time. I would think they would want him to face different teams and defenses and what have you. I would think he would play. So they'll play an extra preseason game. My guess is he'll play 4 of the 5.
3 of the 4.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They're down to 3 preseason games. My bad.
No worries.
So, yeah, I think he'll play 3 of the 4. I do. So, I don't know if he'll play a full game's worth of snaps in those 3 appearances, but I think they'll get him out there. But 22 days away from the Hall of Fame game, 45 days away from Florida State, Georgia Tech, and Dublin. Week 0 of the college football season, 6.5 weeks away. 52 days away from Gators, Canes, and a whole bunch of good week 1 action, August 31st and thereabouts. And it's 8 weeks tomorrow. Ravens and Chiefs at Arrowhead. I know they don't call it Arrowhead anymore. We're going to call it Arrowhead. Until they move to Kansas, we're going to move it out. Call it Arrowhead. 57 days away from that. And heck, 58 away from the Packers and the Eagles in Brazil. So anyway, those are the magic numbers. Time now for
The Starting 5. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting 5 on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
Yeah, you got to pound that 8-track, man. I think we're going to have to replace her at this point.
There's no doubt.
Okay. All right. Sorry. She's had a good run. She had about 2.5 years, but got to go. We're going to start with baseball, and authorities in the Dominican Republic made it official. They charged Rays shortstop Wander Franco with sexual abuse and sexual exploitation of a minor. He has been on administrative leave for nearly a year because the investigation began in July of next year. So he's been getting paid this whole time. His administrative leave runs out Sunday. I'll be curious how they handle this now. Will the Rays try to suspend him, or will Major League Baseball try to suspend him without pay now that he has been formally charged in the Dominican Republic? Authorities say that Franco had a sexual relationship with a 14-year-old.
The mother of the 14-year-old was also arrested because he allegedly paid her to consent to the relationship.
On the field, the Yankees' troubles continue. In St. Pete, they jumped out to a 1-0 lead, but the Rays scored 4 runs before Carlos Rodon got anybody out. Tampa Bay held on for a 5-3 win. Yankees are 5-16 in their last 21 games, 6-17 in their last 23. I have to admit, Mark, for those of us of a certain era, Hal Steinbrenner and Brian Cashman flew down to St. Pete and are watching the games firsthand. Now, I think Hal lives in Tampa. So I think he just drove to the game. But Cashman hardly ever goes on the road anymore. You know, he sits back in the ivory tower in the Bronx. But the owner and the GM are both watching the team. This is days gone by, 30, 40 years ago. This is George and whoever his GM was at the time. And the GM just sitting next to George going, yes, boss. Yes, boss. Absolutely, boss. Disgusted, boss. Gotta go, boss. Absolutely. Okay, that it's shades of that. Are there big changes coming in the Bronx? Probably not.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Because I don't know who they could deal to get somebody for. The way the rest of the lineup's playing.
Well, they've got a lot of arms that people would want if they just want to make changes. If they want to trade some pitching for hitting, Gleyber Torres is in the final year of a contract. They get rid of him. Okay,
I understand, but who wants him?
I actually think some people would take Torres off their hands. There are people around the league who think he just needs to get out of the Bronx. There are also a lot of people in baseball that think that the Yankees hitting philosophy and approach organizationally is wrong. Like Aaron Judge is a personal hitting coach. He came out last week and trashed the Yankees organization's approach to hitting. And there are a lot of young guys who have come up and they're getting worse after they get to the Bronx with the Yankees. So, I mean, they could shake it up. They also, quite frankly, need to just part ways with Rizzo and LeMahieu. They just write the check and send them packing. Sorry, guys. You're old. You suck. You got to go. Houston beat Miami 4-3. Bregman a 2-run homer to break a tie in the 7th. Who knows? Could be an NLCS preview. Phillies 10-1 over the Dodgers. Trey Turner. Man, has he been hot. Turner comes off the IL right as Harper goes on it, and Turner says, I'll take it from here, buddy. He's like the best player in the National League the last month. Grand slam for Turner in the 10-1 Phillies win. Braves keeping pace. They've won 4 in a row. Chris Sale picked up win number 12. All right, what do? You're managing the National League. Do you throw Skeens in as the starter for Pittsburgh, young phenom, everybody wants to see him? Or do you reward the guy, 12 wins, leading the league in wins, his 8th All-Star appearance? I mean, do you give it to the veteran who, the way we used to do it, Mark, if you're leading the league in wins, you get the start? Or do you give it to the kid? It's an exhibition game. That's who everybody wants to see.
Well, they're going to see him anyhow. You give it to Chris Sale. Sale's earned this start in the All-Star game. 12 wins, what he's done. I think you have to give him the start, David.
By the way, he's on pace right now to win Comeback Player of the Year, the Cy Young. I mean, honestly, great job by Sale, who, if he were to get the start, it would be at least his 3rd All-Star game start, because he started back-to-back All-Star games in the American League. Guardians held off the Tigers 9-8-10. Josh Naylor with 4 RBIs. Did you see a couple of things that happened in the Red Sox game? Red Sox beat Oakland 12-9. First off, they scored 8 runs in the 2nd inning. That's a big inning.
That is a big inning.
Early, too. Also, Brian Bello is their pitcher. Did you see his first 10 outs that he recorded? Now, he gave up some hits in amongst recording the first 10 outs of the game. But all 10 of the first 10 outs were strikeouts. And he struck out 11 for the night in the 12-9 Red Sox win. Cubs beat the Orioles 9-2. Mets back to 500. They beat the Nats 7-5. Reds doubled up the Rockies 12-6, Mark. Pirates scored 6 in the 6th, beat the Brewers 12-2. Cal Raleigh hit 2 2-run homers in Seattle's 8-3 win over the Padres. Giants with 1 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th, rallied to beat Toronto 4-3. Texas has won 5 in a row. There's still like a handful of games below 500, but showing signs of life. It's got to start somewhere. 5-4 Rangers over the Angels. Couple of rainouts, which presents a couple of betting opportunities today. Thank you very much. Royals and Cardinals, Twins and White Sox will both play double headers today. You know the system. Team that loses the first game, you bet to win the second.
One of them's a day-night doubleheader. The Twins and the White Sox is a traditional doubleheader.
So you only have about 20 minutes to place that bet. You got 3 hours to place the other one. Soccer, Euro 2024 was an exciting match, even though all the scoring took place in like the first 25 minutes. Spain 2-1 over France. Spain will meet the winner of the Netherlands and England on Sunday. Netherlands and England battling at 3 o'clock today on Big Fox. Copa America, Argentina for the second time in the tournament beat Canada 2-0. Messi with a goal. Argentina will face the winner of Uruguay, Colombia. They're playing at 8 o'clock tonight on FS1. Wimbledon, there were 3 Americans left when play started yesterday. We are down to 1. Emma Navarro lost in the quarters. She got destroyed, 6-2, 6-1. American Tommy Paul was up a set and a break on Alcaraz. And then Carlos said, yeah, I'll take it from here. He won in 4. So that leaves Taylor Fritz, 26-year-old, taking on 22-year-old Italian Musetti later today to try to advance to the semis. By the way, Medvedev took out the top seed Sinner. So it'll be Alcaraz and Medvedev in the one semi, and Djokovic will likely be waiting for Taylor Fritz in the other semi. Djokovic in action today. NHL, Panthers signed Adam Boyquist to a 1-year deal. They had signed his brother the week before. So the Boyquist brothers of Sweden will be playing for the Panthers this year, Mark. Did you see what the Dallas Stars did? I think they're the first major North American team to do this. So they became the 4th NHL team to leave Diamond Sports / Bally's. But they announced that they're going to move all their games to a brand new free streaming service, a 7-year deal with Victory Plus. It'll have ads, but you do not have to pay to get Dallas Stars games for the next 7 years. You can just stream them on Victory Plus. The only games that will not be streamed are those that are being nationally televised by Turner or ABC ESPN. They're the first ones to go all streaming in North American sports. They're the 4th NHL team to leave the regional cable, joining the Panthers, the Golden Knights, and the Utah Hockey Club, since they haven't decided on a name yet. Some NFL news. Jags pass rusher Josh Allen changed his last name to Hines Allen, showing some respect for the maternal side of his family. Okay, it's Josh Hines Allen now. Texans Stadium, NRG there, suffered damage with Hurricane Beryl that came through, damage to its roof. They're assessing just how bad it is and will things be okay going forward. Did you see Keegan Bradley, what he said at his introductory presser yesterday when he was asked? I got to admit, as press conferences go, it was really good. He was asked how surprised he was that he got the gig. He said, very. He said, actually, I even said to PGA of America, you passed over like Davis Love and Fred Couples and this guy and this guy. You sure about this? He said, no, seriously. He's like, you sure? Okay, that he felt a little uncomfortable. He felt that one of them deserved it over him. But he was asked about putting LIV guys on the team. And he said, yeah, I'm going to have the 12 best players on the team. I don't care where they play.
Good.
That's a direct quote from Keegan Bradley. You got to remember, Keegan teamed up with Phil in his first Ryder Cup. They went 3-0 as a pairing. Okay. Keegan and Phil are tight. Keegan even said he expects Phil to be a captain one day.
That's interesting.
That is interesting. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was
the Starting Five every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
About over this computer. Just going to let you know that right now.
Well,
About over this damn computer. Be that scene from Office Space. Me and this baseball bat, that computer out in the parking lot in about 20 minutes.
Mark, listen, this is the extent of both of our engineering, but I hear if you turn it off and then turn it on, it will cure everything, including world peace. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town?
So you guys got into a numbers discussion?
Yeah, when I went Jordan and then you went Flutie, someone listed 21 on down to 1 in there.
Oh, okay.
All right, we do need a poll question. We need something.
Yes, John Hadel was 21. So was LaDainian Tomlinson. So was Deion Sanders. Ooh, Clemente. Good one. Oh, look at you going, David Pearson. Old school there. Do you want to go with what are you watching?
We can.
So where are we going? WNBA, soccer, baseball, NASCAR? Want to ask golf?
That's what I was thinking.
Okay.
WNBA, soccer, golf,
baseball.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this hump day. Seth Everett, Pat Kirwan to join us 1 hour from now. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, which is where you go. You ever miss any part of the show? Mark posts all our interviews and posts the whole show, actually. Takes the commercials out, posts the show within an hour or so after we're done. So millermoulton.com, and follow us on X at Miller_Moulton, which is usually where you can find our poll questions, among other things.
And we have one.
We do?
We do. We've got a poll question up. What sport are you watching the most of this summer? And I gave you 4 choices. And I'm sure people are going to be upset because I didn't put the Olympic trials on there. I didn't put the Tour de France on there. I put 4 sports that we've been talking the most about on this show that are actually going on right now. Soccer, golf, baseball, and I put the WNBA on there because people are watching.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Good for you. Also, you're going to get a lot of applause because think about it. You had 2 choices for basketball, WNBA or NBA Summer League, and you put WNBA.
And this is close for me because I watch a lot of golf still, but I have been watching a ton of soccer between the 2024 Euro and the Copa America. I've watched more soccer in the last month than I've probably watched in the last 2 years.
And you got to figure tomorrow or Friday, the U.S. will fire their coach. They're waiting. I think they're waiting until the semis are done so they can have the day to themselves. And, you know, they don't want to overshadow anything that's going on with the rest of Copa America. So I expect tomorrow is when I expect it, that they're going to announce that they're firing their coach. Listen, wouldn't you want that job? And I mean, this isn't just, an American talking about but I mean, come on, it's a program that has not achieved much. It's stuck in mediocrity. I mean, you can come in, you could be,
Could be considered a savior if you can do very mediocre things with this team.
and also, let's be honest. I mean, FIFA and if we're taking Tommy Smith, soccer analyst Tommy Smith, who we had on the show Monday, and he's the expert that we're going to work off of. Fair?
Fair enough.
Okay. And we said, hey, talent-wise, where are we in the world? He said, we sneak into the top 20. Well, if a coach or a manager can come in and move us and make us a top 10 program, I mean, isn't this Lane Kiffin at Ole Miss? Is this Heupel returning Tennessee to being the Vols again? If you know what I mean. I mean, just, hey, come on now. Let's go. Is this Barry Alvarez turning Wisconsin into Wisconsin?
Say it's I'll speak for my alma mater. It's Mark D'Antonio coming to Sparty and turning them around.
There you go.
That's
yeah.
The Lane Kiffin one I think makes a lot of sense.
Just come on now. A lot of potential here. Big ball of clay. We're not saying we're ever going to be Brazil or Argentina or Germany, but come on now. We could be a top 10 program. And, just wait eventually to the playoff to be expanded to 12 or 14 teams. Hey, quick sidebar. So you and I both think Florida State's going to end up in the Big Ten, right?
I have forever.
Right. Okay. I even think that the deal is done. I think there's a contract in a drawer. And the Big Ten has just said to Florida State, hey, take as long as you need, to get out of the ACC, whatever, but it's done. You have a home. But, man, if you're the Big 12, somebody had an idea. I don't know if it was Bud Elliott's or Bud Elliott just was forwarding somebody else's idea that I saw on X. But he basically said the Big 12 and others have talked about getting that private equity money. If you're the Big 12, why don't you buy Florida State? Why don't you buy like the upper echelon of the ACC? He goes, forget taking on the Big 10 and the SEC. You ain't never going to be that. But you took down the Pac-12. You won that stare down. Now you got to take down the ACC.
Okay, I get it. I understand it from the Big 12 standpoint. Explain to me from Florida State standpoint why they would ever want to go to the Big 12. They're not getting that much more money going to the Big 12.
Well, and hold on. This is private equity money. Okay, now I agree. You'd much rather be in the Big 10. Okay, the thing you could argue, though, is that what's the number one sport? Football. What conference do you most likely have a chance to dominate in? Big 10? Big 12.
Oh, that's easy. It's the Big 12.
Okay, well, okay. That's big. That you dominate that conference, you're likely top 4 seeding most years in the playoff. Man, there's an advantage to that. We're trying to win natties here, right?
Yes. How long? I mean, do you think they're going to be able to get private equity money for the next 30 years that's going to equal what? I think the financial disparity between what they would get in the Big 12, even with private equity money, David, is so significant to what they'd be getting in the Big 10 or the SEC that it doesn't work.
Bud Elliott thought that Florida State could get $100 million. That they would literally
$100 million. That's one time.
Well, no, he thought that it might be able to, be more than a one-time thing. But
interesting.
I
would have to really really get into this private equity, how it works, because I'm not sure I understand how that would.
I don't understand it at all. I have no idea why they'd invest in these conferences. How are they getting their money back? I don't get it. Listen, Miller and Moulton have a hard enough time selling Miller and Moulton, and we know everything about Miller and Moulton.
Speaking of which, plenty of deals available.
Yes.
Text 21,000 and say, I want a deal with you. And you might get a call back during the commercial break.
Right. You want to be Miller and Moulton's private equity? Done.
We are ready.
But
We got plenty we can offer. I don't know if we'll ever get your money back, but we can offer plenty.
I actually think you have a better chance of getting your money back investing in Miller and Moulton than you do the Big 12. I really do.
And the text number is 21,000. Say, I want to invest in you now.
You got to shorten that slogan, man. Come on. Something a little catchier, trending. I want you. Okay. I want to invest in you. Nothing bigger than that. Come on now. Work on our slogan here. I'll work on the merchandise. You work on the slogan. All right. But seriously, I mean, we know there are people who've invested in us. We've made their companies lots of money. Okay. I know that I can get your investment back. I'm trying to figure out how the Big 12, somebody's going to invest a couple $100 million in the Big 12.
Well, when FSU just switched they were with Learfield as their main sponsor delegation. They switched to a company called Legends, who's bringing like 10 to 12 people just to sell sponsorships, help them get all the money they need for the Doak, for the renovation they want to do there.
Yeah.
$60 million.
Uh-huh. Yep. Yeah. Apparently there's a lot of money out there and some people don't know what to do with it. And, you got a few schools that are like, we could take it off your hands. But it was just a thought. It was just an idea out there. That's all. But remember, it's Big 12 Media Week. They've got the week to themselves. Next week's SEC, then the last full week of the month is Big 10 and ACC, I believe, at the same time.
Yormark saying they're the deepest conference in the country. It was this big comment yesterday.
No, that was a bit of a stretch. Bit of a stretch. First of all, the Big Ten's got 2 more teams than you. Don't they? Is the Big 12 at 16? Yeah, I think they're at 16. I mean, hell, the SEC's got as many as you, but I think the Big Ten's at 18. Hey, if they go to 24 one day, do you have to change the name of the Big Ten? I mean,
no.
So you're a Big Ten alum. You have no problem if there's 47 teams in that conference. You have no problem calling it the Big Ten.
It's the Big Ten, David. They've branded that conference extremely well. We all know what conference it is. Doesn't matter how many teams are in. It's the Big Ten.
Branded it well. Yeah, they've never changed.
Exactly. Do you know what conference I'm talking about when I say the Big Ten?
I do. There's 18 teams in it.
Big 18 doesn't sound that good.
Elite 18? Excellent 18?
They want to just get rid of the 10. It's the big conference.
Do you go really Big 10? Okay. Big 10 squared?
Big 10. Big 10 times
I know.
Right.
Big 10 squared is 100. I know. But it just, I love the fact, I mean, you got to admit.
Well, and besides, too, Dave, the other side of this is where you have to find the humor in this is, what does the Big 10 always hold over every other conference? Is that they're an academic conference.
Right. They're superior academically.
Right.
Right.
But they can't count.
No, we can't accept you as a member. Your school doesn't have the proper accreditation. We can count to 18. We sports fans are funny. We are. There are things we will accept in sports. That we accepted the fact that the National League didn't have the DH. The American League did for over 40 years. We were fine with it.
And I guarantee you, someone's listening right now that's a Big Ten fan going, oh, listen to these SEC homers making fun of our conference.
No, Miller's a Michigan State alum. I grew up in the Northeast. Trust me. I couldn't get the only SEC game I could see watching growing up was Alabama-Auburn. My goodness. You got to admit, we are funny at sports. Once we brand something in sports, it's like, well, it ain't changing that. Well, it's ridiculous. No, it's not. I mean, got to
Well, I mean,
admit,
we
you know
got
what?
comments after we made the soccer rant. Go, there it is, an American telling everybody what they should do about a sport that they've watched for 2 minutes.
Well, we've watched it for more than 2 minutes. I mean, we've watched it now for 30, 40 years. It's just something that it doesn't appeal to us. That's all. No, it's still a beautiful game. It's awesome. Just, if I want to go see Broadway, I pay to go see Broadway. I buy a pretzel on the street.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home.
I like Big Ten and Company. Oh, excuse me.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us on this hump day. Our poll question, you can always go to that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, or Miller_Moulton on X and vote. So what sport are you watching to kind of get you through the summer to football season? Golf, baseball, WNBA, soccer. And don't laugh at us putting WNBA up there because we've seen the ratings. I mean, a couple million of you have watched a couple of WNBA games. So don't be making any fun of us putting WNBA up there. We know you're watching. You are. It's okay. Okay. In fact, it's kind of entertaining, isn't it? Yeah. Product's a lot better than your last time you watched, isn't it? It's okay. It's all right. New day is dawning. It'll be all right. Hey, can you help me out? This is really the old guy in me coming out here for the next 9-10 minutes. Can you help me out?
I'll do my best.
All right. If I'm
Viagra seems to work.
that's not really what I was going to.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. You said I'm an old guy here. I just thought I'd throw that out for you.
I appreciate the advice, but I was thinking more about baseball.
Then you definitely need
and Rob Manfred's baseball. And all right, here's my thing. In the last 30, 40 years, off the top of your head, best baseball team last 30, 40 years. Your 84 Tigers would be on the short list. It would. But the last 30, 40 years jumps out at you. Best baseball team was.
I don't remember the year the Yankees team that won 100 plus that was sensational and won
98.
Right.
Right.
That's the team I would go to.
Okay, good. I'm glad you did. You know they didn't have a 30 home run guy on the team. They were second in the league in batting average. They were fourth in home runs. They didn't have a single guy hit 30 home runs. Tino Martinez led the team in homers with 28. Bernie Williams at 26. Now, don't get me wrong. I mean, obviously, they had excellent players. Jorge Posada, Tino Martinez, Chuck Knobloch, Jeter, Scott Brocious, and Chad Curtis, role players at third and left field. Bernie Williams at center, Paul O'Neill and right. I mean, come on. There's a lot of terrific players there. By the way, only one Hall of Famer, for the record. You know, I mean, deep bench, Strawberry, Tim Raines, although Raines is in the Hall of Fame. But my point is, you have to pay for home runs, right?
Yes.
Okay, well, the greatest team of the last 40 years didn't have a guy hit 30. So don't you want to try to construct your team like the greatest team in the last 40 years? And let me go a step further. If you're one of those franchises that is never going to want to pay a lot of money, the Pittsburghs, the Tampa Bays, the Miamis of the world, Cleveland, okay? Shouldn't you go out of your way? Forget the current trend of pitching a certain way, playing a certain way. Okay, no. You're playing for the 3-run homer. No, because I got to pay for the 3-run homer. No, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put a bunch of good players on the field. I'm going to put a bunch of Nats on the field. And I don't mean Washington Nationals. You know what I mean. I'm going to play more like the Cardinals of the 80s, to be honest with you. I'm going to run you into the ground because you don't have to pay for speed.
Well, David, every team has paid so much into analytics that's told them how to play the game a certain way that you are bucking the entire system of how they've been told how to play the game. And I'm not saying you're wrong.
Yes.
Because
yes.
you're advocating is batting average, getting on base.
Yes, the Yankees hit 288 as a team that year. And by the way, they were only second in batting average. They had 288 as the team that year. Do you know what the major league average is right now? It's in the
Like
230s.
Right.
They hit 288 as a team. They had only one 20-game winner. Oh, by the way, they had 3 starting pitchers throw more than 200 innings. Bunch of bums, too. David Cohn, Andy Pettit, David Wells. I mean, what'd those guys ever do? It's not like they had long careers. Not like they, David Wells and David Cohn never had arm problems. Pettit had one arm injury, took steroids to get over it. Come on, no, I am. I literally, I want to walk in when Bill James, Mark, while we were on vacation, okay, the number one nerd, the first nerd in Major League Baseball's history was Bill James. Moneyball made the movie about a nerd following the nerd's wisdom. He came out and said, yeah, they've ruined the sport. I said I wanted to accentuate what baseball was doing with the numbers. You guys have taken my numbers and made it the whole sport. You guys have ruined it. I'm a lifelong baseball fan. It sucks what you guys have done to the game. This is the nerd. If you go to Nerd University, there's a statue of Bill James. There are posters on the wall in the dorms or of Bill James. And he has come out and said, you guys are morons. And what I don't understand is, why wouldn't a Pirates or a Marlins or somebody like that say, screw conventional wisdom? I'm going to try to put the 98 Yankees together. And by the way, I don't have to pay Paul O'Neill $35 million a year. Think about it. Mark, I could make the case the best first baseman in Major League Baseball. Some would say it's Bryce Harper. Some would say it's Freddie Freeman. Freddie Freeman's only, and I'm saying this only, making $25 million a year. He ain't making 40, 50, 60 million. Okay? And Freddie Freeman's a Hall of Fame player. Freddie Freeman is money. Freddie Freeman is 28 to 33 homers and 90 to 115 RBIs. Okay? I don't honestly, please tell me, where am I wrong? It was a better brand of baseball. It's been a historically winning brand of baseball forever. Why wouldn't it win now? Especially when 29 teams are going and taking this route. You mean to tell me if I go this route, I can't get there faster?
David, the leading team batting average in the league right now is Houston. They're batting 263 as a team. What's amazing is the Seattle Mariners are leading their division, batting 218 as a team.
Yeah, by the way, they're leading their division. Their home fans are booing them at games. Their product is so bad. I'm not making that up. They're getting booed. They're in first place. That's how boring they are. Now, they've got very good pitching, once again. But I'm just saying that arguably the best team in the you could argue the best team since the Big Red Machine of the 70s was the 98 Yankees. They didn't have a guy hit 30 home runs. By the way, the ballparks are pretty much all the same from 25, 26 years ago. Now, yeah, the guys are different. The ball is, I get all that, but come on. It's not like, their starters went deep in the games and they had the best closer arguably of all time. And their starters went deep in the games. They weren't in a hurry to get Mariano Rivera into the game. They were letting him chill out in the bullpen. Well, usually when you need it.
Well, but that hasn't changed. The closer's a one-inning guy. That's not anything new.
But come on now. I'm gonna be the 1998 Yankees in the room. You be Major League Baseball. Who sounds smarter right now?
The 98 Yankees, every time.
Then what's the problem? It's much easier to find a Paul O'Neill. I mean, it is. Than the guys that supposedly you need to find now.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung has successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida for over 30 years. As a former prosecutor, the information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI,
That was good stuff. I like that segment, David. You got a football one that's that good to come back with? That was no, I'm not even messing. I'm being serious. I had the thing to bring. Like that was a really good segment.
Yeah. I'll throw one at you. I just think, though, for the teams that are never going to play the payroll game, like if I'm running the Marlins, if I'm running the Pirates, and now the Pirates need a new owner because the Pirates, it's a gorgeous stadium. The community would support it. Okay. They need a new owner. I actually think the Pirates, they don't have to be a big market team, but they could be a mid-market team spending wise.
No way that the Cardinals can do what they do every year and the Pirates can, if you know what I mean.
Right. But if they want to play in the league that they're in right now, the Clevelands, the Miamis of the world and what have you, Cleveland's not playing they got Jose Ramirez basically. And otherwise they, pitching and small ball.
Someone texted along those lines, so I'll read that text when we come back, and then we'll transition to whatever you want to go.
Especially now that the stolen base has come back with the number of times you can only throw over and the pitch clock, you can't hold the ball. I mean, the amount of steals is way up. I mean, it's the best time to play small ball. Get on base.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Seth Everett, Pat Kirwan will join us next hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. That's one of the places you can go, along with Mark's X handle and my X handle, that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, for our poll question, which is, okay, we're in between, seasons here. You're waiting on football. We get it. So what are you watching this summer? Golf, baseball, WNBA, soccer. Those are the four options. We know there are other things, NASCAR, Wimbledon, the U.S. Olympic trials, Tour de France. We get it. Okay, but, we only have room for four. So vote accordingly.
And right now, baseball getting the biggest number of votes at a little less than 40%. Soccer coming in at 27%. Golf at 21%. The WNBA coming in last, but still getting 12% of the vote. A couple of texters chimed in. One said, people aren't watching the WNBA. They're watching Caitlin Clark. I would disagree. They're watching Angel Reese as well. The numbers prove it. Not the way they're watching Caitlin Clark, mind you.
No. But the numbers are up significantly.
And then on our baseball discussion, David, it said the gentleman texted in and said the 98 Yankees are almost a perfect team. The bullpen on that team was insanely good. And that the Cleveland, he forgot they're the Guardians. He called them the Indians, are trying to be that type of team.
And it's true. I mean, Jose Ramirez and they got Ramirez to sign a very team-friendly deal in terms of market value. He took a lot less money to stay in Cleveland, which very few athletes have done in the 21st century. And he's the big bat in their lineup, and they've got a bunch of pitching around them, and they got a bunch of slap hitters. It's true. The Indians are trying to play the game closer to how the game was played in the 80s. No doubt about it.
And their bullpen has been great. It wasn't yesterday. They ended up getting the win against Detroit, and the bullpen kind of messed up, but their bullpen's been really solid.
So, all right. So, I got that out of my system. Now I'm going to give you a chance we had Adam Schefter on the show yesterday. And one of the things that we asked him about was teams, organizations that you've got good vibes about, and teams and organizations that maybe you're like, I don't know what's going on. Okay. So now your turn. Teams that had losing records. And I really want you to think teams that had significantly losing records. Because, yeah, you can find the 7-win team that's then going to come back this year and win 10. Okay. The Jets will be a very easy answer to this question mark because they won 7 games, and that was without Aaron Rodgers. Hell, if he starts 17 games, you think the same team will have a winning record this year? Yeah, probably. But I'm thinking more along the lines of, the Rams 2 years ago won 5 games. Last year, they won 10. The Colts 2 years ago won 4. Last year, they won 9. The Texans 2 years ago won 3. Last year, they won 10.
I know what you're trying to do to me here.
Okay.
I know exactly where you're going. I know exactly what you're looking for. And all indications based on what you say point to one team and one team only, David. And I know what you're doing to me because you know who that team is. It's the Los Angeles Chargers. Damn you, Moulton.
You're Pacino in Godfather 3. Pulled me back in.
Yep, Harbaugh pulled me right back in.
Well, first off, because in the AFC, I mean, there were only 3 teams that won less than 7 games. So you didn't have many bad teams. And the Chargers have Herbert, and the Titans won 6, so they weren't awful. I mean, one of those wins against the Dolphins was a pretty big win.
Well, and David, even in the NFC, if you're going 5 wins and under, you've only got the Commanders, the Panthers, and the Cardinals. That's it.
That's true.
Giants won 6 games. I mean, if you want to let me put the Giants in there, I'm not picking them.
I'll let you go.
Trendy teams are going to be Atlanta, like you talked about, the Bears with 7 wins.
Right. 2 teams who won 7 games who, if they had winning records this year, you'd be like, yeah, okay. Now, my team is the Commanders.
I understand.
I'll
give you the Commanders. I'll take the Chargers. I'll take the veteran quarterback over the rookie quarterback.
So the Chargers who won 5 games last year and the Commanders who won 4. You want to place a little gentlemanly wager on total number of wins this year?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. I'm starting at a disadvantage, but I'm in the easier conference. So I say it's a push. Most people, I think, would be with you. Got the better quarterback, that just got the proven head coach, although Dan Quinn took a team to a Super Bowl, as did Harbaugh. But more people believe in Jim Harbaugh as a coach than Dan Quinn.
Divisions are similar. Your division on paper may be a little tougher at the top, but both the Raiders and Broncos won 8 games a year ago.
And yet we don't think either are any good.
No.
Wow,
no, I look at the Chargers and just how poor they were in they were 1-5 in the division last year. 1-5.
Uh-huh. Yeah, he was a really bad coach. Really bad.
I mean, at worst, they're 3-3 in the division this year. At worst.
And that was not a good division. I mean, it's 2 losses to the Chiefs, but then you got 4 winnable games there.
Absolutely.
And he went 1-3. Yeah. So that's all. I just wanted you to think, the Texans going from 3 to 10, winning the division, but the Rams went from 5 to 10. Nobody saw that coming. Colts went from 4 to 9. And they did it with Gardner Minshew also. It's not like their 4th pick of the draft quarterback, what happened in Indianapolis was the complete opposite of what happened in Houston. Houston's 2nd overall pick of the draft was a sensation. Colts' 4th overall pick of the draft, hardly played.
Be fascinated with. I am fascinated with the Colts this year to see where they go with Richardson.
I'm fascinated to see if he's any good.
Right there with you.
I mean, seriously. I mean, first off, he has literally not been able to stay healthy for a full season since high school. I mean, he never was healthy for a full year with the Gators. And 1 year with the Colts, we saw what happened. He has actually not played a lot of football. I mean, he was only the starter for 1 year in Florida, and he got hurt. And obviously, he made it through, what, a month with the Colts as the starter and then didn't play again? I mean, he has not I don't think between college and pro, Mark, he started 20 games.
Oh, there's no way.
And, hey, they took the big swing. They drafted him 4th. They think he's going to be a star.
We wouldn't have touched him.
I mean, they think he's going to be a bigger, stronger, better Jalen Hurts. The guy who's at Indy was in Philly. Helped make Jalen Hurts.
But he can't stay healthy.
No, not yet. And, you wonder if he'll be. But then again, a year ago at this time, what were we saying about Tua?
Can he just play 14? We put the over-under at 14.5.
We might have even put it at 13.5.
It was one or the other. You're right.
Yeah. And what did he do?
Played every damn game.
Right, including the playoffs. 18 starts. So, but I just curious. You're right, though. Teams that we consider bad, the Patriots, the Cardinals, the Panthers. But I don't know. There are a couple that are really. I mean, Washington was bad last year. They were. I mean, the Giants were bad and somehow won 6. And I got to be honest with you. When you look and realize that Denver won 8 games last year.
That the Raiders won 8 games.
I know. One fired the quarterback and the other fired the coach.
That's saying we can't win with this group. And I expect both the Broncos and Raiders to go backward this year.
Interesting.
Well, going forward means they have a winning record.
I understand.
Would you bet on either of those teams to have a winning record this year?
I would not bet on Denver to improve, to go from 8 to 9. I wouldn't. I think they're going backwards. Roster-wise, they've, dumped a lot of salary. They're taking the big cap hit with Russ. No, I don't think their roster is as good this year as it was last year. But, the Raiders, there's actually a little bit of talent on that roster. I don't know if there's a quarterback on that roster, but there's actually a little bit of talent. So, would I bet on them to improve, though? I wouldn't.
Because as you mentioned, out of those 7-win teams, everybody would put their money on the Jets. And then after that, it's probably the Atlanta Falcons.
Correct. Those are too easy. The third choice would probably be the Bears because they've significantly upgraded their roster. However, the quarterback's a huge unknown. You okay with them throwing him in to the deep water? Because they could win this year. If they, for example, if they had grabbed a Minshew type backup quarterback, one of the 5 to 6 best backup quarterbacks. I mean, and said, you're gonna play. We can win this year. We need to win. Me as the head coach, I need to win. Okay. And I'm gonna play you. Now we start losing, we're putting the kid in. But we need to win. We need to compete, and we can be a wild card team in the NFC. So go out there. Basically what the Giants did, I know we brought this up a lot, but 20 years ago with Eli Manning, he wasn't ready to start the year, and he was the number 1 pick of the draft. But they put Kurt Warner in there. Kurt started 9 games, won 5 of them.
I'm fearful for what the Bears are doing. I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't throw him to the Wolves as a rookie quarterback. I would have tried to bring in a Joe Flacco. I would have tried to bring in.
How about a Ryan Tannehill?
Yes.
Who's still out there?
I think that makes a lot of sense. Because they, now the Bears have a running game. They have some receivers. Their line's still a work in progress. And that's an awful lot to ask of a rookie quarterback. He's got the weapons on the outside. There's no doubt.
Finally, yes, that Chicago has weaponry. But it is interesting. They're going to, they're throwing them in and they're saying, hey, be CJ Stroud, man, because we got a good team around you. And obviously, look around CJ Stroud. Texans put a decent team around him.
But what did they have? They had a really good offensive line.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I don't think the Bears' offensive line is nearly as good as what Houston has as an offensive line.
No, it's not close. I agree with you there. Although there was an offensive line ranking a couple of weeks ago that had them as a top 10 line in the league. And I was like, yeah, I don't need to read this ranking list anymore. This is crazy. But anyway, just wanted to go there because it does have, there's one team. There's always at least one. Last year, there were three. A team that won 3 won 10, a team that won 4 that won 9, a team that won 5 won 10. There's always at least one team that makes that big jump. Who's that team going to be in the NFL this year?
David's money is on the Commanders.
Yep.
Mine is on, of course, the LA Chargers. What in the hell have they done to me?
So let me get this straight. You are once again going to the mat with the Miami Hurricanes and the LA Chargers. Again, how many times have we listened to you chastise yourself and say, please stop me if I ever go to the well with the Canes or the Chargers again?
But they hired Harbaugh, David. See, there's a reason now. And see, the Chargers, well, they look good again. And come on, the uniforms, after all, are amazing.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying
Hi, Seth.
Hey, how are you guys?
I'm good. How are you?
Feel like I haven't spoken to you in a while.
I know.
I hope you had a good break.
We did. I was down in the marathon in the Keys for about 5 days, which was nice.
That's cool.
David's wife had major surgery, so he's been Nurse David for the last 10 days.
I knew that, yeah. One of the funniest things that happened the beginning part of the story is not so funny, but the end of it is pretty funny. Friday, I was in a minor car accident, and I'm okay. I wasn't injured. But yesterday, I found out, and I don't care if I get a penny or not, but I found out that the investigation proved that I was not at fault. And to me, that's the win.
Right.
I now, sure, let's go after their insurance and all that stuff. But I thought I was right. Anyway, I had to bring my car to a body shop, and they, Enterprise picks you up, and they take you to the Enterprise, and the Enterprise had about 4 cars for me to choose from, including a Dodge Charger.
Nice.
I am pimping out. I'm going to put the cigarette box in the t-shirt. I'm going to wrap it up.
Go with the white t-shirt though if you're going to wrap this.
Yeah, white t-shirt, slick the hair back. Yeah,
yes.
I think that's what I'll do.
Nice.
I'm going to hit the beach. I'm going to hit the Jersey Shore in a Dodge Charger. And my family's like, "Are you keeping that?" Because they did say like in a couple days they get more cars if you want to swap it out. And I was like, it has Apple CarPlay, great air conditioning, and I have a story to tell now. So yeah, I'm keeping it. 2 weeks.
I was going to say, tell the body shop, take your
time.
Well,
no, the funny part is, today's Wednesday. Yesterday, I was supposed to trade my car in. My lease is up.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So Tuesday, I was getting my new car, which I know what car I want. I know where I'm getting it. I know all the details. I just need the car.
And did you tell them it's down at Bernie's?
Town and country. So yeah, it was it's been an interesting couple of days. Plus I went to Boston. I took my kid. She's taking a college class in steamy Boston right now.
College class?
Yeah, she's taking there's a high school program. I did something like this when I was in high school. I did it at American University. But she's taking 2 classes. She's there for 2.5 weeks, and I'll go get her. And she's having a blast. She's met a bunch of people already, and she can't freaking wait to go to college.
I bet. Is she going into her senior year?
Junior year.
Junior year. Okay.
Yeah. So this is the year she has to do all the investigating and all that stuff. She's got a lot on her plate. But yeah, I talked to her last night. She's having an absolute blast. But I got into the accident Friday, and I had to rent a car immediately before like the body shop, before anything, and I had to rent a car to go to Boston to take her. So yeah, it's been a circus of a few days.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this hump day. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, what are you watching during this off time of the sports year? Choices being baseball, golf, soccer, WNBA. Those are the 4 choices. Vote accordingly. That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. Pat Kirwan to join us in about 35 minutes. Seth Everett joins us now. Follow him on X at Seth_Everett. You know Seth, Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. Top of the morning to you. How you been?
Good morning, gents. It's good to talk to you again. You could only put 4 on your poll.
Yes.
Wimbledon, baby. Wimbledon's been great.
It has been, but it's a 2-week run, whereas the Copa America and the Euros have been going on for a while, and literally a month of that. So no, there was obviously other choices. Those are the 4 we went with, and Wimbledon has been good in the Fritz coming back a couple days
was
ago
awesome.
was an incredible match and big for American tennis. But boy, oh boy, Seth, as you well know, I mean, that's not a sport that resonates much anymore in this country.
No, I know. I know. And, what I have found in this fractured streaming world, I find myself in the last, 7-8 years watching just what I want as opposed to what's on. I'm a big believer. I couldn't tell you when certain events are happening because unless it's something I subscribe to, I'm not interested. And I don't have that. I don't have that mentality of put the remote on, flip the channels. Hey, what's on tonight? So I don't see that. I know about Wimbledon. I've been watching Copa America. I've been watching the Euros, but I watch it casually. I mean, I look for Arsenal players on all these teams, and that's how I kind of watch this stuff. It's been good, and it's been entertaining.
Can I ask you, you're somebody of the three of us, you took to soccer later than the two of us, but more seriously than the two of us.
Yeah.
We are bothered, I think me more than Mark, but we are bothered by the theatrics, which is a bit surprising because I love Broadway, but I want to see Broadway on Broadway. I don't want to see it on the pitch. Okay. And it bothers us. Also, you're a hockey guy. And, all the fake injuries, why are you okay with it?
Well, it's funny. Tyler Adams, the captain of the U.S. men's team that lost in Copa America, they're going to be in the Olympics. Tyler Adams came on Sports with Friends, I want to say a couple months ago. I'm looking for the episode number. And he said that, it's very simple to see what's going on. If it's an offensive player, they're taking a dive. And when it's a defensive player, if a defensive player goes down, it's real. And it's a real injury. These guys are warriors. They play
Warriors?
No breaks.
What?
Oh, they are
Warriors?
Soccer players?
Oh, come on.
Soccer players?
You're
I think they're unbelievably well-conditioned athletes, and they're great athletes. Warriors?
I couldn't run up the field once. These guys are running for an hour and a half straight with a little break, and they're beating each other senseless. The physical play that I see every week is amazing. I think I call them warriors. I definitely do.
So you don't see the theatrics that we see.
The diving.
The diving, no, it happens. It
happens. It seems to happen every minute in which someone is literally faking contact. The contact is not even happening. Not the severity of the contact. They're faking the actual contact.
But I've seen players that get completely hit. Like a ball will come in the air and two guys are putting their heads together. I mean, it is the contact is it's not as frequent as American football or hockey for that matter, because the field is so big. But the drama, the physicality of the whole thing, most times when a team wins, it is because they want it more. What's a better sport than that?
Okay.
And Seth, the theatrics are what they are. I guess my biggest complaint is that it's seemingly the announcers are okay with it. They don't call any.
Well, you're watching Fox.
Dive.
Yeah, you're watching Fox. What I would say to you is let's put a pin in Fox. Fox's coverage has been maligned for the last, since the World Cup. Fox's coverage is somewhat less than. What they're trying to do is target an American audience like you guys who don't know much about the sport, and they almost talk down to the audience. The Premier League takes the world feed on Peacock and NBC. That's a better broadcast. It's a better broadcast. ESPN does a better broadcast than Fox does. The drama of the whole thing, the drama of the game is remarkable. And generally you see, especially when a team's down one and they're going as fast as they can and they're trying to push and push and push, and the defense is just trying to hold off the rush. Oh my God. These games are fantastic. That the game with not the semifinal, but the quarterfinal game with France, the one that they won against Portugal. It's one of the best soccer games I've seen in years.
Listen,
It was great.
some of
And
it-
I was rooting for France just because there's a guy, William Saliba, who's a defender on Arsenal. That's the only reason.
And I
okay.
found that it's really easy in international competitions for me to root against France no matter what.
Sure.
Don't ask me why.
I don't think
yesterday I was go Spain. It didn't, no real reason behind it.
I don't think Seth Mark has rooted for France since Saratoga in 1777. Okay, I mean we needed him then. I don't think he's had any use for him since.
Spain has our goalie is on Spain, but he's the backup goalie. And in soccer, the goalie never like gives it up. Like it's not like hockey where like the goalie, the backup goalie plays every once in a while. I think in the whole Euros, I think David Raya has played one game, so I was down on Spain.
So Tommy Smith was on our show Monday. He said that from a talent standpoint, the United States sneaks into the top 20 in the world from a talent standpoint. But we asked
the team in international play.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you're thinking about world rankings, he goes, forget the world rankings. If we're just going by talent of the roster, the United States is somewhere around 18, 19, 20th most talented country in the world. But he thought that a new coach, manager, whatever you want to call him, okay, would make a world of difference and could take us up very close to the top 10.
Maybe. I mean, there's definitely talent. Christian Pulisic is a great talent. Tyler Adams, he plays for Bournemouth during the regular season. He's fantastic. Oh, by the way, he came on Sports with Friends. The idea that there's talent and you're on a global stage, you know, you're always going to be going up. You know, once you get to the medal round, you're going up against teams that are better than you, and you just have to play and win. I mean, you just have to win. I would say for the United States in this Olympics, just like in the Copa America quarterfinals, try to go for the quarterfinals. Anything after that is gravy.
I don't know that we care about the Olympics in men's soccer, to be honest.
Oh, you're talking just about Copa?
Well, but I think, also the World Cup. I mean,
the Copa ratings, by the way, the Copa ratings have tripled.
Yeah.
It's been great.
They've been really good. Yeah. No question.
And Fox has put them on Fox too. I mean, the ratings are better because they're
Yep.
much more readily available to the viewing public.
Yeah, that's been pretty wild.
What'd you think about what the Dallas Stars did yesterday? They took their games off of the regional sports channel, but unlike other teams like Utah and Vegas and the Panthers, who then found a, over-the-air TV station in their markets, they're going straight to streaming, a free
That's what I've heard.
streaming channel, and they signed a 7-year deal. This is not a 1 to 3 year experiment here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
we'll
so
see
the
how it
Dallas
goes.
Stars will either be nationally televised on Turner and ABC, ESPN, or you go to Victory Plus is the name of the channel, but it's free.
Yeah. That's cool. And I've heard no blackouts, and I've heard, it's going to work. We'll see. We'll see what the ratings are. Here's the thing. If it's going to be free, you have to have a lot of ad revenue.
Yep.
And you're going to have to sell a whole bunch of commercials, and you're
Yep.
going to be selling an idea. Remember, you can't compare it to past numbers. The Stars, after their playoff run, you look at them and you think that they have a pretty strong fan base. We'll see if it translates.
Sports with Friends, Hall of Justice. What do you got, Seth?
Sports with Friends, a Hall of Famer, Tim Brown, on the podcast for Sports with Friends. Very excited to talk to him. He's great. Very poignant conversation about the Raiders, about the fate of the Raiders, and how the Raiders right now have no fans. Tim Brown's words, not mine. And he talked a lot about the transfer portal and NIL. He's got some very poignant opinions on those. And it was a great podcast, Tim Brown. Hall of Justice this week is in flux. It could be one of two things, but I do want to tell you about last week. My 92-year-old cousin showed up to pay a condolence call when my mom passed a couple of weeks ago. My 92-year-old cousin wore a Star Wars hat. And I called him aside and I said, why are you wearing a Star Wars hat? He said, I love Star Wars. And I said, you love the movie? And he said, no, I've seen all the movies. I've read all the books. I've watched The Mandalorian. My grandson puts the Disney Plus on, and I've seen everything, including The Acolyte. So I did a podcast last week with my 92-year-old cousin. What does a 92-year-old think about Star Wars? He was 44 when the first movie came out, 66 when the Phantom Menace came out, and 85 when the newest trilogy came out. It was one of my favorite podcasts I've done in years. So much fun. My 92-year-old cousin talking about Star Wars. It was amazing.
It sounds fascinating.
Yeah.
Well done.
It was very cool.
All because he was wearing a hat and that caught your eye.
Well, because when you're 92, somebody puts a hat on you. Could have had. I don't know. I picked the hat up. I put the hat on. I didn't know why he put the hat on. He was a fan.
Right. It could have been Bernie's garage.
And
you
I had
had on a 92-year-old.
And I had to hide it. I had to hide it because he was saying such nice things about my mom, and I'm like, Star Wars.
Seth Everett, Hall of Justice, Sports with Friends, the two terrific podcasts. You can follow him on X at Seth_Everett. Seth, all the best to you and the family. Stay cool. We know it's been hot in the Northeast, and we'll talk again next week.
Sounds good, guys.
Pat Kirwan in 25 minutes, Miller and Moulton.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at
President Gene Budick said, an act that puts the
Well, thank you, Jake. My mom texted, I will say it was true, my grandmother in Harry Potter. My grandma who died at 95 almost 5 years ago. Buddy of mine sent me that gift that I sent you. He said, this is what I think Mark is doing to the computer right now.
Oh, man. Well, I'm going to talk to Chris and see if we can turn it on and turn it off after the show, if that works. If not,
right.
I got to figure out how to do that anyhow, because we're going to have to redo all of those.
Yep.
Although not necessarily. I don't think any of them say FSN.
Supposedly, talking to the satellite guy yesterday, he said we use something that says FSN to sign on. And he said, I'm going to want you guys to eliminate that. And I was like, okay. Said, you tell us what to do, we'll do it.
Yeah.
So what was that yes, no, maybe so thing from yesterday you were thinking about doing?
Oh, I only had a couple. I got really nothing.
Gotcha.
We kind of gone through them, but I was just going to have some football questions for you in a short segment. Justin Fields starts a game for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yes.
Aaron Rodgers plays the whole season for the Jets. Those were the two that I had. I was just having a little fun. Hey, Gator fans, it's Urban Meyer's birthday today.
Tell me you wouldn't take him back. Tell me you wouldn't take him
right
back.
now.
Jake is sending us a song. Okay.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Pat Kirwan to talk all things NFL in a little more than 15 minutes time. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. You can go to both to vote in our poll question. So what are you watching on TV these days, sports-wise? Waiting for football. How you passing the time? Baseball? Golf? Little WNBA? How about some soccer? All right, those are the four options. Baseball winning, but not getting half the vote. A splintered vote in our poll question today. For what it's worth, I voted baseball.
Yeah, I can't. I don't watch it. When I made the switch to streaming, and that eliminated Bally's from my watch list.
Right.
I watched the Tigers in Guardians game the other day. That was the first for me in a while.
And not only that, you chose a 1-0 game that barely took 2 hours.
That was great, but it was boring.
Gotcha.
I mean, the ball's not in play a lot of strikeouts.
No, I hear you. But
I've been watching more soccer than anything else this summer between the Euros and Copa America. I've been all in. And I've sampled all of them, though. I've watched a little WNBA. I've watched a lot of golf this summer.
I'm curious, why have you watched the golf? Is that just because that's what you do? Is it because they lined up those 3 elite fields back to back to back? What is it that drew you to the golf?
I'm done with work by about 11 in the morning. I have ESPN Plus.
Gotcha.
Thursdays and Fridays, they're carrying the tournaments.
Yes, they are.
So instead of going home and watching the same old, I can go watch a live sporting event. And whether it's been the Rocket Mortgage, whether it's been an elevated event, I've been throwing them on Thursday and Friday mornings. And for that matter, on Saturday and Sunday mornings, I've been watching the ESPN into the Golf Channel, into the CBS coverage.
New U.S. Ryder Cup captain Keegan Bradley said a few things yesterday at his introductory press conference. Those that covered it said, listen, if you're into, did a guy win his presser? They said, yeah, he was really good. He said that he was surprised that he got the gig, and he sheepishly said to PGA of America, you chose me over, and he rattled off like 4 or 5 guys. He goes, are you sure? I don't think I would have. So he was very surprised, he said, when they called him 2 weeks ago, the first time, to say that they were seriously interested in doing this. And his first reaction also was, wait, you mean Tiger's not taking the gig? So, but he said he's already called Tiger and has said, listen, you can be as involved as you want to be. Want to be a vice captain, which you've been before? Great. You just want to give me advice? Fine. Would you have done this? He said he's going to call basically every living U.S. Ryder Cup captain of the past and simply ask them, what'd you do right? What'd you do wrong?
I think that's incredibly smart of Keegan Bradley. You know, I don't put a lot of stock in being the captain of the Ryder Cup team.
Right.
He's not making any birdies out there.
Right.
I don't think this is that hard, but I do think leaning on people who have done it before, particularly of what they've done wrong. Where did you screw up?
Right. Shoffley, I think, offered him some advice yesterday. He said, yeah, there's too much formality. We're having to get dressed up way too much. He said, if there's a way you could cut down on the pomp, he basically said, we really don't want to get dressed up more than twice. Okay. See if there's something you can do.
Man, getting dressed up got Rory and his wife back together, pictures and everything the other day.
I know.
The Euros didn't seem to have any problem with getting dressed up going out to dinner.
Well, once again, there's a difference between the U.S. team and the Euro team.
I think Shoffley should have asked his wife if she likes getting dressed up all the time, because usually, my wife loves it when I've got to get dressed up.
But just the golfer in him, and he even alluded to how his wife kind of likes it, but, we like to get dressed up for special occasions, and he basically said...
And the Ryder Cup's not a special occasion. Then you know what? I don't know if I want you on the damn team.
Shoffley was just making the point that really is every night, the whole week, we have to get dressed up. We got to go to a formal dinner every night. That was his suggestion. He said, if there's just a way that you could make it a little less formal, and he said, we get dressed up at least 3 times. If you could make the number 2, that would be fantastic.
That is rich, though. A golfer named Xander.
Correct.
Wanting to dial down the pomp and circumstance. Just think about that on the surface.
Not only that, the whole event is wrapping yourself up in the flag, and you want to dial it down?
Right.
Right. So he was asked point blank, though, about putting LIV guys on the team. He then raved about Phil. And he said, I'm not going to have him as a vice captain. He goes, I don't think Phil has any interest in that. He goes, I do think Phil will be captain one day, which I'm sure raised eyebrows. Because obviously Phil would have been a captain by now. No later than this Ryder Cup. This actually was the perfect, 6-8 years ago, they were talking about, well, Phil for Bethpage. He's so popular in that area. This was before he won the PGA, at 50, a month shy of 51. How many years ago was that? 3. Okay, because he had already won the PGA, and the PGA of America puts this event on. But Keegan said, and I quote, "I'm going to have the 12 best players on the team no matter where they play." Keegan Bradley, remember I said yesterday he's one of the top 40 players in the world? You can take the world golf rankings with a pound of salt these days. He's ranked 11th. They just picked the 11th ranked player in the world to be their captain. And he said, if I don't qualify for the team, which he goes, I'm desperately trying to do. But he said, I will not pick myself as a captain's pick. He goes, even if I'm 7th and the top 6 automatically qualify, he goes, I will not pick myself as a captain's pick. But I am trying, like, you know what, to be a player captain.
Which would be awesome. It would.
I agree. I mean, we go back, what is it, mid-'80s, the last time in baseball we had a player manager, Pete Rose, I think, with the Reds. I mean, Pete Rose never announced his retirement. It just about 2-3 months in the 86 season, he just stopped putting himself in the lineup and he stopped playing himself. Pete Rose just decided, we're better off if I don't play. And just like that, that's it. His career was over.
You mean how players used to retire?
Right. But think about it. We had Bill Russell in the late 60s was a player coach for the Celtics. I mean,
Frank Robinson did it in baseball before Pete.
Yeah, late 70s, absolutely. And at the time when he did it also, he became the first black manager in the sports history.
And who can forget about Reg Dunlop and the Charlestown Chiefs in the 70s?
Joe Torre was player manager for the Mets. It's actually his first managerial gig was with the Mets in like late 70s, I think it was. But I think it would be cool. Player captain. I mean, it's what you fill out the lineup card, right?
Right. I know I'm playing Sunday. Other than that, everything's up in the air.
If I play well and win, I'm going to put myself in the lineup again. If I don't play well and lose, I'm out. So
I just like the fact that he told everybody I'm putting live guys on. I'm playing with the best players. That of all the things he said, that is the one that impressed me the most because there's such a divisive line between the PGA and the LIV that making sure you put the 10 best or 12 best rather is worth it all the time.
And Bob Herrig, who we had on the show yesterday, said, I don't even know why we're paying attention to guys' results this year. Ryder Cup's not for another year.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the
All Living Ryder Cup captains, he said, not players, captains.
Where's our man, Pat? I just sent him a text.
I did too.
There he is. See? Good morning, Pat.
Good morning. You got me loud and clear?
Yep.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm good. We're just in the middle of working on these position groups. I'm hoping to end it, but I'm banging out running backs today, but we're in the middle of doing quarterbacks. So, it's great when you do quarterbacks. The phones never stop ringing.
No, they don't. I listened to a bit yesterday.
It's nonstop.
I was telling David, I don't know how. I'm not paying for Sirius, but they turned it back on in my car, and I'm really enjoying it.
Well, appreciate having you when you join us once. Be Mark from Estero. Please call.
I can't wait that long on hold.
I mean, if Mark from Estero calls, you're going right on. There's no hold for you, bro.
So everybody's listening on Twitch right now is like, I'm going to call in and be Mark from Estero.
Please do. I'll know right away if it's the right one. What did I have to tell you about all that? Was pretty funny. So we have this grading system. I don't know if you heard it, David. Some guy called in to grade the show. He goes,
great.
He goes, it's time to grade moving the chains. He breaks the whole thing down just like it's a group. Like, okay, content. He gives us a grade.
Here we go.
Us, but then he gave a grade for you. David, don't call me Dave, is how he introduced me.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
As we approach 22 minutes before the hour, thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Pat Kirwan here, SiriusXM's NFL Radio. Moving the Chains is the show, weekdays 3 to 7. And when the season kicks back up, Pat will be spending Sundays as part of the NFL Today. Pat joins us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers from Tampa to Key West at all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Top of the morning to you. How you been?
I'm doing well. Are you guys well rested with a week off last week? I was wondering, did you know what to do with yourself? You guys talk sports all the time. I was just wondering what you were doing, driving around in your car, talking to yourself about sports.
Well, I was able at least one day to get some lines in the water doing some fishing down in the Keys, Pat. So
that's nice.
That worked out really well. But, and then I had my son with me who's a hockey geek. He was up every morning wanting to discuss NHL free agency. So my show never ended, Pat. It just was a different topic this time.
Very good. Keeping you warm and sharp and ready to roll. So here we are, back in time.
Right. Mark had like 3 days in which he was SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, apparently is what it sounded like. So very curious, how do you think the rest of the organizations are viewing this HBO Giants off-season show in which you're seeing and hearing the conversations that general managers are having with other GMs, with agents, and with players. How do you think this is being received?
Not well. I mean, they're inside. Do you think the Giants are happy the way it's coming out? And they're editing things, and it's still coming out with way too much information because the fan, and no offense to them, but they don't understand what they're hearing. And then all of a sudden, the Saquon Barkley stuff is just, we get calls all the time about it. And I'm pretty sure the Giant guys on the inside don't really care for what's going on. Now, if you want to keep it to humor where the head coach swears he can break 7 flat in a 40, great. But that's not what happened. You heard some, and sometimes there's guys on your staff that talk too much, that think it's their opportunity to jump up and down and do something. And I can recall this happening when they did the in-season ones, when there was 2 coaches, a head coach and a coordinator, having a huge conflict on the screen. And it cost the coordinator his job. I also can tell you that personally, while on the road on a camp tour, without permission, and a private secret camera in the head coach's office went on when I went in to sit with the head coach, and they used it on the show. So yeah, it's not well received, and it shouldn't be, and they shouldn't do it. But if your PR department or your owner or someone else thinks it's a good idea, they're going to end up doing it. Everybody's got to learn to dummy up on these. And sorry, we're not really going to talk about anything in front of you guys. Maybe the new uniforms, something stupid.
Pat, I know you're assessing quarterbacks the last couple of days on the show, and I'm just curious. David asked me the question. I'll ask you the same question he asked me. Are you comfortable with Caleb Williams starting this year right away in Chicago?
No, not at all. We know how that's going to go. These things are rough. The expectations. By the way, he's in a city that's got 2 vivid memories of first-round draft pick quarterbacks being run out of town. Mitch Trubisky, who took him to the playoffs twice, and they still ran him out of town. And then, of course, Justin Fields. So a lot of pressure, and there is no alternative. This reminds me a little bit of Zach Wilson when he came. You just hand him the job. You don't have a quality veteran behind him to help him or relieve him when he's having a hard time. This is not going to be easy for the kid, and I think he's a decent talent. But this will be a rough ride for him. He better take care of the football.
Pat, why? I'm being very serious here. There's no way Eberflus, a head coach who needs to win, in all likelihood to keep his job, wants to throw a rookie into the deep end right away. So this tells me that the coach doesn't have a ton of sway with the front office. But if you're the front office, you got 5 years with this guy. What's the hurry? Why not sign a Ryan Tannehill and, go 5-4 to start, and then decide if before Thanksgiving you want Caleb Williams to start getting his feet wet? I mean, why would any organization want to throw a rookie into the deep end?
I think they think that they're ready. They're not. And Eberflus. Now, I will say this. There are people in the building who think Tyson Bagent can play, and they will never put him in when Caleb is struggling. The guy is calm, cool, collected, but they view him as a undrafted walk-on, if you will. So they're not going to have an alternative, and they don't want the fans asking for the backup, the veteran backup. Yeah, but what you described is what Ernie Accorsi did with Eli Manning. He played Kurt Warner. They were going to make the playoffs. They had already, and that year, 2 teams went to the playoffs, I believe 8-8. And they were going to get there. They beat Minnesota, I think, in Green Bay, and then he pulled them to play Eli and get him 5 or 6 games at the end, which he was in a learning experience, didn't do very well. But that's what you asked for. And certain people have done that before, and I think you're going to see that in New England. They'll go with Brissett and then slide into May somewhere in October and November. It won't be – there's 1 or 2 that are doing it. But I think of these quarterbacks who were drafted, we're going to get a number of Bryce Young experiences Didn't they just put Bryce out there and say, sorry, you got to go the whole time? Yeah. So it's going to be a disaster.
And is the Bears line, because CJ Stroud, the one thing about Stroud last year, Pat, is they had a good offensive line. They had a really good offensive line in Houston. Does he have that same type of protection in Chicago that Stroud had in Houston last year?
It's in development. Jimmy Miller's there all the time. He thinks it'll be better. But this is a kid. Now, you can think about the other guys that have come through the system with Lincoln, Kyler Murray, and Baker. The kid is pretty loose with the football. He could be a turnover guy in this league. I don't know that the line's going to help him that much. The receivers are good. So everyone thinks, well, he's got a great receiver core.
Right.
But you got to have more than that because they can play coverage all day long. All you got to do is start playing man under two deep. And where's he going to throw the ball? Nowhere. And then what does he do? Then he moves around and then the fumbles start. So I don't like this formula, but it's going to happen. I don't think it's the only place it's going to. Now, Minnesota's going to go with Sam Darnold to start. And when he throws his interceptions, his turnovers are great. 81 turnovers in 56 games. They'll show up sooner or later, and then you'll see JJ. But they're trying to buy some time to develop these guys. That's not going to be the case in Washington, is it?
No.
There's the case. Washington with Daniels, Chicago with Caleb. Which quarterback is the next CJ Stroud?
Well, I would bet on Daniels, but also to me, this is where expectations, I think, come into play. The expectation in Washington, year one, is not to have a winning record and make the playoffs. It's the hope. It's not the expectation. The expectation in Chicago is to have a winning record and make the playoffs, just like in Denver. Okay, Sean Payton's expectation, he can afford, because he's got the clout to do whatever he wants to do with Bo Nix. Matt Eberflus doesn't have any of that.
No, he doesn't. And we can go back to Mariota and Jameis Winston. Remember when they were drafted 1-2?
Yeah.
Well, Mariota's coach was fired before the season was over, Ken Wisenhunt. And at the end of Jameis's season, I think we said goodbye to who was it at the time? Lovie Smith. So, yeah, well, these coaches know. Half of them would say it. None of them will say it publicly. They'd say it to me, though. I drafted this guy to train him for the next coach. That's how they think.
That is one way to look at it. All right. When you look at I've been fascinated with the AFC North. Who's the worst team in the AFC North?
Well, I'll start with they have a winning record, whoever they are.
Right.
Right. So people wanted 2 months ago to just tell us Pittsburgh was fourth. I don't think everyone thinks that way right now. And I do think it's a good question. Baltimore to me looks like they've taken a couple of hits. They're still a nice looking team. But man, I don't know about Lamar right now. They're 2-6 in the playoffs. This is a guy that now he's reduced his weight to run around more. That we don't need him to run around more. We need him to throw better. And they've been blaming his targets, and then they got him targets. So I don't know if Burrow's healthy. Yeah, they're right in it. But Burrow doesn't stay healthy, so they have a vulnerability there. How about Burrow against Cleveland? Cleveland, he's 1-5 against Cleveland. That tells you how complicated. Now, I probably bet on Cleveland's defense, but I don't bet on Deshaun Watson. So that's complicated with him. If I had to bet money on who is going to win that division, and I'll force myself into an answer here. I'd love to say Pittsburgh, but I won't.
Most people right now are picking the Bengals.
And that defense, Pat, I know they had a backup quarterback this year, but he wasn't the problem. That defense was more of the problem than what Browning was.
Yeah, Browning came in and did a nice job. I gave him a nice grade. Backup quarterback comes in and does what he did. I talked to Kenny Anderson yesterday about it. He goes, we were all not surprised the way the guy handled himself in practice. So, yeah, but when you look at them, I'll tell you where I worry about those guys. I think they screwed up getting rid of Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon is a universal player. He can stay on the field for any down and distance. He is a big play. He's tough as nails. He can catch the ball. Joe Mixon, to me, has not been replaced, and that's going to be a problem.
He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7. And when the season starts back up, he's part of CBS's NFL Today show on Sunday. Pat joining us once again, courtesy of Pinchers. Hey, we had Adam Schefter on yesterday, and I don't know if you believe in the premise of this question, but I'll just throw it out there. Do you believe in a vibe? That you can get a vibe about a team and an organization either during the offseason, during the mini camps, or when you do your camp tours? Do you leave there going, I got a good feeling about this group?
Yeah, that happens to me every year somewhere. You get it's usually a combination of the way the coach sees the team when we sit down alone with him. That the coordinators understand how to use the players, that I feel like they're playing to the players' strengths. And that comes from my experience and friendship with Ron Earhart. He taught me that you got to understand how to play to the strength of your players, not to the strength of your playbook. And I love when I see stuff like when Aaron Glenn said to me, yeah, we're going to get away from some of the stuff we've done in the past. I'm going to do stuff that I think fits these guys. And when you then watch practice and see how it's going, and they got so much better on defense in Detroit. Remember when they were in disaster in the beginning? It looked like Aaron Glenn was on the firing block, and then he became a head coach candidate. And so I do like when I go to camp and get the vibe thing. So I don't tend to let myself get a vibe this time of year. Now, doing all these breakdowns gives me some opportunity to see things. Like, here's one that's interesting to me anyway. No one thinks much of Minnesota. They're just nowhere. Got rid of Cousins. They're not, they kind of third or fourth in the division. Well, when I got done breaking down their defense, guess what? They came in fifth in a grade based on your safeties, your corners, your inside linebackers, your pass rushers, and your defensive tackles. And I had a guy call me and go, I knew they were going to be good, but no one's talking about them. I said, I wasn't talking about them until I spent weeks on this stuff. And then I arrived at some conclusions. So it does give me a chance to go to Minnesota with a good eye on the defense to really study the offense. Can the offense do enough to be hanging around? Because no one thinks Minnesota's any good.
You kind of had a similar thought I was listening to you about New Orleans. Their defense you had ranked pretty high as well, and not many people think much of the Saints. We got about a minute, Pat.
Yeah, I felt the same way when I got done with them. They came in like 8th or 9th, and so they were a top 10 defense when you looked at them structurally, depth-wise, versatility, etc. So it gets down to, can the offense with Derek do something? We're grading quarterbacks right now. I don't give him a very high grade. I don't knock him down. He functions. He just doesn't deliver. First of all, he won't run. And these guys like Tua and Cousins that don't run, sooner or later, they bog down in the games.
He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, weekdays 3 to 7. And then he'll be back on his horse in a couple of months with CBS and the NFL Today. Pat joining us courtesy of Pinchers, from Tampa to Key West and all points in between. Pinchers, where you can't fake fresh. Pat, be well. We'll talk again next week here on Miller and Moulton.
Take care, fellas. Always great to be with you.
Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor.
If Florida Ken there, you can pay for the Bally's app though, right?
Yes.
$20 a month.
But then
Just
you got to
cur-
watch it on the app.
Right. What can't you can then take the app and put it on your screen though, right?
Yeah. No, you can get the app.
Right.
I mean, if you have you can download it right on your
Right.
TV if you got a smart TV.
Right. Yeah, he ultimately Irish football didn't he tried to play his game and ultimately decided he didn't want to anymore.
David, this is looking weird time-wise, like the open's not going to fire at the right time, so just be prepared for a dry open here.
Okay. Well, I will say I thought we came out to Pat early. Like we
We
came
did
out
by about 10 seconds, but it doesn't matter. When I start the break, I start the break.
right.
I started it at the right time. I think.
I thought we were like 30 early because it was still in the 8:37 range, and we normally are.
Maybe I started it a minute early. I don't know.
Thank you, Ken.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the fourth and final hour of Miller and Moulton, the Diamond District bonus hour of Miller and Moulton, into 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We just had Seth Everett and Pat Kirwan on the show last hour. If you ever miss any of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com about an hour or so after the show. All right. Mark gets everything posted, and therefore you can download what it is that you missed. Magic numbers. Come on now. 22 days away from the Hall of Fame game, 3 weeks tomorrow. Houston and Chicago. If you just need to see helmet and shoulder pads, the hype machine is out in college football. This week it's Big 12 Media Week. Next week, SEC Media Days in Dallas, too. Tell you what, they are really playing up this whole Texas-Oklahoma thing. I laugh because, obviously they're playing it up. But, going to Dallas for SEC Media Days instead of Hoover, Alabama. But listen, they are going crazy, throwing parades, Lamborghinis, Ferraris on the streets. And they are celebrating this. And then the final week of July, it'll be both the Big Ten and the ACC Media Days. 22 days to the Hall of Fame game, 45 days.
And I know I've got David back on the screen. The problem is no one's going to be able to hear him because the other computer is out. So in order for me to get you back on the screen, David, I would literally need to stop what I'm doing, run to the other room, and put you back on. So it looks like you get a break for this segment. And we may have to do it by phone at best, as we're doing a little producing on air as things have gone a little haywire here in the last couple of minutes in the studio. We've not had an issue here in quite a while, so these things do happen. And we just go from there. We keep on keeping on. And I've got David Moulton back on the line, doing it the old-fashioned way. All right, there we go.
So you were still with the hockey team, I believe, and I was alone in the afternoons. Now, maybe you were in the mornings, but I think you were still with the Blades, and I was doing 2 hours in the afternoon, and I got caught in traffic on a sales call, and I had to do the monologue while driving down I-75 on my phone, and filled until the commercial break, and literally came screeching into the parking lot, ran into the building, and got to the microphone as the music was playing for the second segment of the show. So, I've done a segment on the phone before if you need it.
Well, we've got you back on the headphones now, so you can hang the phone up and we can get through that. That was a fantastic combination of engineering, production, and phone work right there, David. Thank you very much. I literally had to run to the other room to get David back on. That. As people from the building, are you okay? No, I'm not okay.
No, the internet went out, and we kind of need it. Well, by the way, well done, Chief Engineer Mark Miller. Once again,
wow.
That business card that you have for Miller and Moulton is getting really big.
Like I said earlier in the show, if you want to invest in this show, $21,000, I want to invest in you.
Co-host, producer, chief engineer, Mark Miller of Miller and Moulton. But I was just going through the magic numbers of 22, 45, 52, and 57.
But when I lost you, the point I was making, David, is that I asked Pat what I thought was an easy question. Who's going to finish last in the AFC North? He gave a 4-minute answer and never came close to answering the question. He switched it to who was going to win the division, which I think
I still don't think he answered that question either.
No, he didn't.
He switched it and didn't give an answer.
I think I would pick Baltimore
to win the division.
I think.
From what I'm seeing this offseason, the trendy pick is the Bengals.
I get it. I'm worried about that defense. That defense was poor last year. And I know a lot of that can be chalked up to the backup quarterback, but he didn't play poorly. The fourth place schedule intrigues me too, though. That's going to be a difference, David, of who they're playing versus who other teams are playing in that division.
Pat clearly does not want to pick the Steelers fourth. He has too much respect for Tomlin and the organization. And he said so. He goes, I'm not picking them fourth. But I will say this, Mark. I think he views Deshaun Watson as the worst quarterback in the division. Worse than Russ.
That's a Russ guy too, though. I mean, I think Pat likes Russ.
He does, and he's very much a Tomlin guy, and he thinks the change in coordinator that it'll stress the strengths of the offense better. But he does not believe that Deshaun Watson is ever coming back close to form. He thinks that Deshaun Watson is kind of cooked. And if that's the case, I mean, think about it. Cleveland won 11 games last year. And Deshaun Watson played in what, a third of them?
Mm-hmm.
At most half, and Jacoby Brissett and others were backing him up. and they won 11 games. Joe Flacco, obviously, at the end. I mean, that's how good that defense is. That's how good the rest of that team is. I mean, that's one of those teams, to be honest with you. If Deshaun Watson, and he was, before his, quote, downfall, a top 5 quarterback in the league. He was 4th or 5th. And now if we did the quarterback rankings, mid-teens? And largely
mid-teens to the end of the mid-teens, too.
What if they can get kind of like what the Rams got out of Matthew Stafford last year?
Hey, what if they get a Baker Mayfield season out of him? I'm not even setting the bar as high as Matthew Stafford, David. Give me a Baker Mayfield season. Give me legitimate, competent quarterback play for the year.
Ravens get a first-place schedule. Browns get the second-place schedule. Steelers get the third-place schedule. And a 9-win team with a backup quarterback playing half the year gets the 4th-place schedule, which helps you out with 3 games, I believe.
Yes.
Helps
Your
you out
NFC crossover, and then the 2 other crossover games.
That's noteworthy.
I think it's very noteworthy.
I agree with Pat, though. He thinks the Joe Mixon loss will hurt Cincinnati. I agree. He's a good, versatile player. I think they'll miss him.
Cleveland gets the running back back.
We sure? Are we sure? I don't think he'll be ready week 1. I don't. I don't know if he'll be ready by Columbus Day.
That's big.
And
that is their identity.
And not sure that when he comes back, he's back also. I've got to believe, Mark, that this is he's lost a step year. And that if he's ever coming back, it'll be in 2025. Now, that's just me. I hope I'm wrong.
I hope you are too, because we want the best players playing, and that's certainly an elite running back. Cleveland's got to get things done early. Their schedule difficult as well, but they open Dallas, at Jacksonville, and then the Giants, at Las Vegas, at Washington. I mean, 4 of their first 5 very winnable football games. Cannot start slowly if you're the Cleveland Browns.
It's time for Deshaun Watson to earn his money. And so far, he has not at all. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you sounds like a broken
Well, Yinzer, that's the point that we've been making. 6 division games. Clearly, they'll be underdogs in all 6. We went through their schedule. We think that they're underdogs in all 17. That the best chance they have to be favored in a game is, I think, they're at Arizona. But, yeah, we've got them. I think it's going to go very badly. I mean, it went very badly last year. Golly. Okay.
Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. We apologize for the technical difficulties that are not of our doing, but we are bearing the consequences of them. We apologize for any interruption, whether it be in our Twitch broadcast or whether it be also on the radio. By the way, while you've been running around playing chief engineer, Djokovic just got a walkover into the semis.
Really?
Yeah. We talk all the time about sometimes you just need a break. I mean, remember, he's far and away the oldest guy in the field here left. He's 37. This is his 13th semifinal at Wimbledon, by the way, tying Federer for the all-time mark. 13 times making it to the semis. That's unbelievable. But this has been his draw, Mark, so far. If he has one more major in him, and I know he's the 2 seed and what have you, but we got a young guard here. We got Medvedev, we got Sinner, we got Alcaraz. We got a young guard, and they seem to have caught him, and they may also be passing him. So he got he got in the first round, he had a qualifier. Then in the second round, he had a wild card. He's faced only one seeded player so far to make it to the semis, and he'll have 3 days to prepare for his semifinal match, which is going to be against either 13th seeded Taylor Fritz of the U.S. or 25 seed Lorenzo Musetti of Italy.
So Medvedev's playing Alcaraz if Alcaraz.
Well,
gets
yeah,
struck.
they're meeting in the semis on Friday, and Djokovic now has a walkover. But also, I mean, if you believe that, Djokovic has lost a step and he is only a month removed from knee surgery, what an opportunity this is for Taylor Fritz of the U.S., who's got a quarterfinal today, of which he's favored to win. And then he'll get Djokovic at 37 coming off knee surgery a month ago, who hasn't had to face anybody as good as Taylor Fritz, if you know what I mean, so far. But anyway, that's what's going on the men's side.
So a little update from Wimbledon as Joker gets an easy ride to the semis with a walkover today at Wimbledon. Fritz going later today in the quarters.
Mbappe, by the way, it's been announced by Real Madrid, for those of you that are into this sort of thing. All right. Real Madrid made it official. They confirmed that Mbappe will sign with them next week. Presser, I think, on Tuesday, for those of you that are into that sort of thing. I will say, Mark, the one thing that I really appreciate about international soccer, man, when the Stars lose, I mean, they apologize a lot. Let my team down. Let my country down. Mbappe apologized after the match yesterday against Spain. And Spain's a great team. One of the 3-4 best in the world.
And they got 2 kids playing for him.
I know. Teens,
and one of them had a goal. Beautiful goal.
But Mbappe, after the match, he had a golden opportunity late to tie it. He suffered the broken nose early in the competition. It bothered him. He wasn't the same. And think about that. Do we get that in the NFL? Do we get that in Major League Baseball and the NBA? We get a little bit in hockey.
A little bit in hockey.
Yeah. Now, I assume it's genuine. I'm going to give these soccer players the benefit of the doubt. But if they have a bad tournament or the team underperforms, oftentimes the star player is throwing themselves, at the feet of the nation, if you will. I'm sorry. It's our fault. We didn't get it done. Huh? Okay. I agree, but kind of nice to hear. So, just a couple observations of what's going on. All of it overseas.
We'll see how much, see if England has to be the one apologizing later today, David.
Oh, man. England better beat the Netherlands. All right. Harry Kane needs to get it done at 3:00 today.
I'll take the Netherlands today.
Really?
Yeah.
Well,
when's England performed in a moment when they're supposed to?
Well, that's true. That's true. It's 66 World Cup, I think, last time England's come through with a big win.
I want England to win. I'm rooting for them. Be more fun for me on Sunday going to watch the English play than to sit at home and watch Spain and the Netherlands. Because there's enough English bars around here that there's places you can go to take it in full effect today or Sunday. I'm sure in the 904 as well as the 239, David.
Don't want to overanalyze this, but England has not been that great so far in the tournament, and yet they're in the semis. I mean, as you just pointed out, Mark, England hasn't been clutch in these big tournaments in a long time. They're finding ways to win when they're not playing anywhere close to their best. That's very un-England-like. They even won in penalties. They always lose in penalties. So, I'm just throwing that out there. Maybe it's time.
It'll be interesting, too, back to Wimbledon, as was pointed out in the Twitch chat room. Joker went after the crowd in the last match. He's going to be the villain going forward. Make no mistake. He's going to have to beat his opponent, and he's going to have to beat the crowd.
You think so?
Yes.
I mean, you've been there, okay? You know, but I mean, that's a very traditional crowd. He's a
Right, but that traditional crowd was just chastised by someone.
but not all the crowd. I mean, he did, just say basically those that were making the rune sounds.
Right. They were rooting for his opponent, and he didn't like it. You don't think the Brits will then root for his opponent in the next match?
Well, if his next match is against an American, I don't necessarily think they will.
Really?
When's the last time they rooted for one of our guys? Sampras and Agassi? You ever remember the Brits rooting for Andy Roddick?
But they don't root for Joker.
He's not beloved. There's no doubt.
So I don't necessarily think it's the American as much as it's somebody else.
Okay. Well, I mean, I would love to see an American. First off, if Taylor Fritz wins today, he'll be the first American to make it to the semis in 6 years on the men's side. I mean, just to get to the damn semis. And we haven't had a man in the finals since Roddick 15 years ago. Never mind the whole, it's been 21 years since an American man won a major. And you got to go back to 2000, the last time an American male won Wimbledon, Sampras.
I've moved the cameras over. I got to switch where my cues are with you now, David. I've got myself confused. So much going on. I just kind of pointed to the wall right there and said it to you.
Well, that's okay. The wall knew it was 30 seconds, and I did as well.
Let everybody in behind the scenes a little bit of that. I a little panic stricken after the last couple segments. It's knocked me down.
If
Miller
you're
and
ever
Moulton, the good, the bad, and the ugly. What's on tap? That's all next.
Of Southwest Florida, are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When choosing something of high value and personal significance, such as a diamond, you want to shop with the best, and the mall is not the place to be. Here are my friends, Jason and Todd, with the Diamond District.
Take a stroll in the mall, hop into a few joy stores, and you'll soon discover you're in the wrong place. Rings begin to look all alike. You're not finding GIA certified diamonds. You quickly realize you know more than a salesperson helping you, and all the same financing gets pushed on you.
Visit Jason and me, and you'll find America's top bridal designers dealing exclusively with the Diamond District. You'll find the largest selection of GIA certified diamonds, all priced 8 to 10% over cost. You'll find educated sales consultants who have many years' experience and are not paid commissions.
And you'll find Todd and me in the store nearly every day, wanting to shake your hand and welcome you to our Diamond District family.
Visit Jason and Todd.
Well, it's been a hell of an hour.
Wow. And it sound, you know me and technology, but there's no way for us to avoid this, is there?
No.
Because this is building wide.
Correct.
Oh boy.
That got me flustered. It's a good question, Sonny.
I'm going to go the Dutch. Because I think that Wisconsin fans eat more. But I think the Dutch drink more. Dun, dun,
I may
dun.
just point you to come back here again too, David. This thing's all things don't seem to be right. They were last time, but who knows?
Okay. Are you going to be able to do what you normally do here or no?
Yep, I'm all set.
Okay. As we approach 22 minutes before the hour, 16 until we're done talking, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. By the way, George Gervin is scheduled to be on the show on Friday.
The Iceman, baby.
Hall of Famer, basketball legend, George Gervin.
Was
Got a
fired
book.
up when I got that text yesterday. That was going to be a possibility. All I could think of was the poster, David.
Absolutely.
Silver tracksuit, the two silver basketballs, one in each hand, sitting on the blocks of ice.
I am going to do something that I have never done before because I've been fortunate enough to broadcast a couple of Jacksonville University basketball games with the great Artis Gilmore, JU legend, still calls Jacksonville home, and is the analyst on some of their ESPN Plus and also radio broadcasts. And he obviously, towards the tail end of his career, him and Gervin were on a couple of really good Spurs teams who were trying to take down Magic, Kareem, and the Lakers. I think one year they got to the conference final. and lost a 6-game series to the Lakers. I'm going to call Artis later today, and he's going to be like, what in the world's this guy calling me for? And I'm going to be like, hey, we're interviewing Gervin tomorrow. I need a story. Come on, give me something. So we'll see if we get any insight from Artis Gilmore, one Hall of Famer to another, Mark. But George Gervin scheduled to join us on Friday.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
We start in 1850 today. David brought it up yesterday. Millard Fillmore, sworn in as president after the death of Zachary Taylor. 1926, Bobby Jones win his second of 4 U.S. Opens. The Battle of Britain began in World War II today in 1940. Kind of a biggie.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, it was.
Kind of a biggie. Today in 53, Ben Hogan wins the British Open. It was the only time he traveled across the pond to play the Open. Won at Carnoustie and said, I'm done with this guy.
That was the year that he won 3 majors. And the reason he only won 3, he only played in 3.
Satisfaction by the Stones was the #1 song in the land today in 1965. Today in 68, Major League Baseball announces it will split to 2 divisions in 1969. Lee Trevino wins his first of consecutive British Opens today in 1971. Johnny Miller wins the British today in 76.
The second of his 2 majors. He won the 73 U.S. Open and then the 76 British.
Andy Murray wins Wimbledon today in 2016.
Second time that he won it.
And a little music note for you. In 2018, Drake surpasses the Beatles record of most songs on the Hot 100. 7 for Drake off the Scorpion album. The Beatles had 5 at one time in the Hot 100. And Joker won his 4th straight in 2022 today. David Brinkley, that was mostly for Moulton. Jake LaMotta and Arthur Ashe, all born today. Tennis player Virginia Wade is 79 today. Arlo Guthrie, folk singer, is 77. The Hawk, Andre Dawson, is 70. Running back Roger Craig is 64. And Urban Meyer is 60 years old today.
And Gator fan, you take him back yesterday.
In a nanosecond.
All is forgiven, isn't it? You held that grudge long enough, but now, please come back. Please.
Anything to be relevant again. What'd I miss, David?
Well, the U.S. patent for the seatbelt was today in 62. It took nearly 3 years. Volvo was the first one to put it in a car that, wasn't a race car. But the U.S. patent for the 3-point seatbelt was today in 62. Kind of a biggie when you think about it. And remember the Exxon Valdez?
Yeah.
Originally, I forget the guy's name. It was Joe something. All right. Joseph Hazelwood. He was found guilty in negligent in the Exxon Valdez disaster. His conviction was overturned today in 92. The court said, well, he called as soon as it happened. And actually, he said he called a half hour before it happened. He said, this isn't going to end well. I mean, what more do you want him to do? So that's all I got.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to the Providence River, where on the 4th of July, a woman watching the fireworks saw a bunny struggling in the water. So she jumped in. And she clutched that bunny for her life as a volunteer water fire boat came to get her out of the water. They threw the life ring out. They said, we have a ladder. We put that on the side of the boat so we could get her up, and she would not let go of the rabbit. She was bound and determined that the rabbit was coming with her. So all of you animal lovers out there, this unidentified rabbit savior in the Providence River is today's good. For the bad, we go to Georgia, where a Chatham County Sheriff's deputy was jailed after being pulled over. He didn't like the ticket. He was booked on 4 charges. The sheriff's deputy was booked on 4 charges after being pulled over, including felony obstruction because he pulled his gun out and said, "You're not taking me to jail." Not a good look for the Chatham County Sheriff's deputy. I'm guessing he'll be looking for a new line of work really soon. And finally, the ugly. We just go to the state of Florida, where it looks as if the Department of Health website has been hacked, and it is impacting the certification system, including birth, marriage, and death certificates. So my advice to you is don't get married, don't have a child, and don't die until they fix the hack. That, David, is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, July the 10th, 2024.
I got to admit, Mark, I feel as if you have some control over the first 2 things that you suggested, but that last one, that seems as if it could be out of our control.
It does, David. I'm trying to offer the best advice I can here.
I understand. So we've got 2 afternoon baseball games today, and we have it because we had a couple of rainouts yesterday, which means not only do we have afternoon baseball, our system is in play. Double headers, Kansas City in St. Louis to face the Cardinals, and then Twins on the south side to face the White Sox. Now, the Twins White Sox, they're going to play game 2 30 minutes after game 1. So let me ask you this, Mark. Say the Twins win game 1 because, well, they're a good team and the White Sox are the worst team in baseball.
Yes, they are.
Do we stick with the system in the nightcap, or do we go, the White Sox are on pace to win 46 games. The Twins have already won 52 for the season. I'm not going to bet good money on the White Sox. Just asking. It's our system.
And we've bucked it a couple of times, and if there were a reason to buck it, it would be to not bet the White Sox. The odds will be great on them, though, regardless.
Now, I will say this. If the White Sox were to win game 1, you got to take out a second mortgage on the Twins in game 2, don't you?
Yeah, and you're going to be probably minus 160 in that game.
Who cares?
No,
I mean, you got to think you're going to win. So Twins, White Sox, only a half hour to make your wager before game 2. St. Louis hosting Kansas City, you're going to have about 3 hours. That's a day-night double dip. So obviously a couple of other good series continue, Phillies and Dodgers. That'll be on the 4-letter network. Well, Wednesday Night Baseball on ESPN.
They still show baseball on that network?
They occasionally. And you can go to ESPN Plus if you want to watch the Braves and the Diamondbacks at a little after 9:30. Okay, Djokovic got a walkover into the semis, but Taylor Fritz is going to begin his quarterfinal. If he wins, he'll face Joker in the semis. That's going to start in the next 10 minutes over on the ESPN family of networks. We got soccer today. Euro 2024, England against the Netherlands, 3:00 on Fox. Tonight, 8:00 FS1. Uruguay and Colombia, winner to face Messi and Argentina in the Copa America. Final winner of England and the Netherlands will face Spain on Sunday in the Euro final. Could be a lot of a decision made also, a royal family decision, Mark. You know where I'm going here. A lot of pressure on Princess Kate. Basically the British have said, listen, we know you're battling cancer and all, but traditionally you show up over the weekend at Wimbledon for the finals. So are you going to be there? And yet at the same time, pressure on the hubby. England makes the Euro final, baby. You got to be there. I mean, you're the future king and all. Come on now. Hey, can we just have a little fun with this? Can you humor me about this subject more than you already do? In 2 years, the World Cup's going to be in North America.
Oh, boy.
Now, first off, if they have a sense of humor, they'd put the U.S. and England in the same group. They won't. They've done it before, but they probably won't. But, Harry's going to have to, put on the England garb, and he's going to show up. I mean, it's in the States. It's a chance for him to, root for his countrymen.
Is he going to be allowed to? I had seen a story that Meghan doesn't like him to hang out with his old friends. So is he allowed to actually go to a soccer match?
Well, that might be overseas, but, the soccer match is coming to him. Meanwhile, don't you think that his brother, who hates him, is going to want to upstage him and is going to show up for the matches as well? And basically say, yeah, Harry, you don't get the suite. I get the suite.
I don't think brother shows unless they go deep. I mean, that's the other. You can't show up early. And come on, do we really think England's going to go deep in the World Cup?
You think they're losing today, don't you?
I do.
Yeah. You bet against England as often as you bet on the Chargers.
I'm plus 205 on the Netherlands today.
Okay. Well, that's good odds. That is. But 3:00 on Fox. If you see it broadcast at 2:00, yeah, that's the awful hour pregame show. Another thing I do like about soccer, man. Do you know what a 3:00 start means, Mark?
3:00.
3:00. I mean, the NFL waits till 01. Soccer doesn't even wait till 01.
I do love him walking out with the kids, too. Watching Argentina last night, and this young girl looked to be 10, 11, 12 years old, walking with Messi. Messi's talking to her, and you could just see the stars in her eyes. That's fantastic to me.
Yes, I agree. There's that, it's, on social media, there was a European match a few weeks ago, and the weather was inclement, and the soccer players all took their jackets off and put it on all the kids. As they're standing there, like in the rain, they protected the kids from the rain while they stood there and got soaked. And it was like, now that's cool.
It's one of the great things about these that has made me like the sport more. Watching the beginning of the games, watching all of the countries sing their anthems arm in arm, sometimes screaming their anthems.
Yeah, we could step up in that category.
You think? You think?
A lot of pressure coming up in the Olympics too. Okay, on all the individual athletes and the teams. Come on now. Cameras are rolling. You win a gold, you got to belt that sucker out, baby.
You damn right.
Don't care if you're crying. Don't care who you're thinking about. Words are probably up on a screen somewhere. Get it done.
Do you really need them?
Well, I have to admit, if you won a gold medal, you might lose your train of thought.
That's all right. Lip sync if you have to at that point, but belt it out.
So there you have it. Thanks so much for joining us. If you missed any part of the show, go to millerandmoulton.com. We talked with Seth Everett. Nice conversation with Seth today. And Pat Kirwan talking all things NFL. As we mentioned earlier, coming up on Friday, Hall of Famer George Gervin will be on Miller and Moulton.
And if that's not an indicator of what's on the show tomorrow, that's because we don't know.
No, we really don't. Not yet. It's too early.
But we'll figure it out. George Gervin on the show Friday. I want to thank everybody who joined us on the show today, and thank you for listening. Thanks for your patience. We had a couple of technical difficulties in the last hour. Thanks for working through it with us, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Miller and Moulton.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
The waterways of Naples are a beauty to behold, and the Bayfront Inn has multiple ways for guests to enjoy the water and have some fun. Gather your family and friends and enjoy a leisurely day on the water with a pontoon or deck boat. If you prefer to explore the waterways without a motor, the Bayfront has canoes, standboards, and kayaks. At the end of your journey, enjoy lunch or dinner at the Bamboo Tropical Bar and Grill. The Bayfront Inn. Something for everyone. On 5th Avenue in Naples.
You were listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network. All right. What do we got for tomorrow?
We're still live.
Oh, yeah. Let's end that.